Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. How's everybody doing? All right. Let's get this show on the road. Just turn that down just a little bit. Hey, Raking Nation, what's going on? All right. I think that these stills might need a little bit. They're saying they burn for a long time. They might be okay. I just got to remember not to let those burn out. I've also been trying to get my water bar down. Oh, I see. I'm carrying my water. Let's put that down for now. Hey, Perry. Good day. Good evening. Welcome in, Raking Nation. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. That's very much appreciated. All right, let's get this show on the road. So, just yesterday, I hit a big milestone, and that is in my gardening. Is my gardening here? Yeah. I hit 80 gardening. Hey, Zigzags. My icon size. You playing at 4K? I am not playing at 4K. This is a 2K screen. But then what I did was in the settings, I think it's in the UI, I brought the UI scale down to 80. And then I put the text up a little bit so that I could read it. Thanks. Frame rate look beautiful, and I see. Okay, yeah. The settings aren't maxed out quite all the way. For streaming, I need to have the settings turned down just a little bit. Especially if I'm going to play two clients, for which I should probably pray on Xander. I'm also gonna turn this down just a little bit here. All right. Okay, so it's time for gardening. I got a bunch of stuff to do on the deed. We're gonna get some gardening skill, and I'm gonna show you like the process of getting good skill in gardening, just from picking your garden. What this requires is a whole bunch of racks, and they all need to be filled with herbs, so it is quite an undertaking. But once you have the setup going, it's actually not so hard to keep it going. I've also staggered the herbs so that only a group of them will die, and I just have to replant that group, and then a few days later the next group will die, so I only have to replant like small bits at a time. But most of them are, I think they'll all be harvestable today. So we'll start with gardening. Actually, you know what? Let me get rid of this lump here. I'm gonna put this back in the smithery because I'm gonna do some imping afterwards as well. Hey, Mr. Ultimates, welcome on in. Yeah, today's going to be a low-key stream, I think. Like, we're not going to go on any crazy adventures today. We're just going to stay on Deed and do the deedly things that need to get done. I also have some farming to do, but the farming doesn't take very long at all. I'm still not happy about this water bar. I really want this water bar to go down a little bit more. But I guess we're just going to have to let it like drink as much coffee as I possibly can right now. Let's see. Let's drink as much as I can. Let's see how much power I'm gonna get. I got 50 power from that. Whew, I really hope they get this fixed. The coffee, boy, it's a little bit frustrating. Oh, and before I forget, I better seal that back up, otherwise it's going to go bad. Yeah, I'm doing great, thanks. It's the weekend. I'm super excited to just hang out and play a little bit of Wurm. Yeah. You know, work has been a bit much lately, and it's just nice to hit the weekend and be able to unwind and relax a little bit. Okay, so one thing that I've noticed, and this is for anybody who's interested in getting into gardening, one thing that I noticed is that the new herbs, like the new items, like the tea and the coffee and the cacao, those items seem to have really, really, really low skill for picking. So as I'm picking the tea or coffee or cacao, I'm going to get literally no skill because my gardening skill's already at 80. For those people just starting out, it seems as though those might be a good place to start, because at least this is from it seems this way to me anyway, that the difficulty is really low on them. And I'll show you why I think that. As I'm picking, you should notice like the quality of the items are coming out a bit above my skill. Okay, and that's not normal. If you pick regular herbs like fennel or sage or whatever, it comes out either at your skill or just under your skill, somewhere around your skill. Whereas all the new ones seem to be coming out like 1 or 2 points above your skill. And in addition to that, what you'll notice is I'm getting very few skill ticks in gardening. Like I'm getting soul depth and soul and nature and soul depth and those sorts of things, but it seems as though these items are just too easy and they're coming out at high quality and they're not giving me the skill ticks that makes putting sleep bonus on worthwhile on them, right? Like, look at this gardening tick. Let me see, there was one here, 0.0002. Okay, so even multiplying that by 4, if I get a 4 times skill tick, it's going to be 0.0008. Not too worth it, especially if picking a whole rack only gives you one of those. So what I usually do, first thing I do is I pick all of these ones, especially if I'm waiting for my drink to get more power on my coffee. All right, so there's coffees. One more rack of coffee. Okay, so these 4 are coffee and tea. Yeah, weekend is nice. Work is a bit intense in the end of year. You're sipping whiskey and playing Wurm. Nice combo. Totally. So yeah, for me, work is intense at this time of year as well. But we are fast approaching the winter break. There's 2 more weeks before the winter break, and I'm looking forward to that. A little bit of time off, some holidays. But yeah. Sounds like Junior Mans. Who is this? This is it's a I have to admit, it's like a royalty-free jazz playlist. I can link the YouTube link to it. Let's see. Oops. So you can save it and listen to it later, if you like. Yeah, now you're curious. It's literally somebody put together this list. I'm not sure if it was somebody who curated a bunch of DMCA free music, or if it's somebody who actually created the music themselves. I'm not sure. Hey, Bunless, what's going on? Yeah. It's actually quite rare to find this type of like playlist where it's royalty free. But what's nice about it is that it doesn't get any copyright hits when you are looking at my VoDs. I did notice recently there was a couple VoDs that I have that did get hit by copyright on YouTube, but not on Twitch. And I got rid of that playlist that had the songs that I got dinged for. Yeah, Josh is not done yet. Sun's deed is massive. Got so much stuff to look at. Yeah, totally. I know Velvet Sun is quite the decorator. I know. And going back to Mr. Ultimates, you were saying that you were sipping whiskey. I brought myself a nice, refreshing beer to drink along for the weekend on Friday night. This one is one of my newfound favorite beers. It's a limited time beer that is brewed by a brewery called Amsterdam Brewery. I talk about these guys every time I have a beer on stream because they are one of my favorite breweries. They are based out in Toronto, which is nearby me, and they are a craft brewery. They make good beer. They make strong beer. That's one of the things that they do for sure. Strong beer. And this one is no exception to that. This one's called a Double IPA, and it's titled Hazy. The alcohol content is about 9.5. However, drinking it, you would never know. It has this very smooth, refreshing, a little bit fruity, but not citrusy, or not overly citrusy anyway. It has just I've never had a beer that tasted like this before. And the moment I sipped it the first time, it just felt so, like it's creamy and just yummy. Very strange taste to it. Like strange in a good way, you know. First time I took a sip, I was not expecting it. But it grew on me. Okay, this is the last of the coffee. Okay, so once I finish with the coffee and tea and cacao, I am now going to turn the skill on. It looks like I might get one more sip here before I turn the skill on. Let's get one more sip there. That'll bring me to 60 power. Boy. I can't wait till the coffee is fixed. Something I've been waiting for since they borked it. Hey Rippins. How's it going? Okay, so there's the last of the coffee. Let's see how much coffee I have. Ooh, 1,500 coffee. Okay, that's good. Because the plan today is we're going to take all of this coffee and we're going to roast it. And I'm going to see if I can push some beverage skill with that. One thing I should double check just to be sure. How's my fatigue? 11 and a half hours. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on fatigue. It's like fatigue is one of these things. Like if you're going to use coffee, you got to be very careful with your fatigue. You got to be eyes on the fatigue. I honestly, before I get into this, I'm going to actually fuel the forges. I'm doing this just to delay so that maybe I can get this to a little bit higher power before I turn the sleep bonus on. And yeah, these are now unburnt material. So let's get these back up to fully fueled. So if you've never seen my still setup, here's my still setup. Nearly every day I'll light them up and at least get to refueling them once, if not twice or 3 times, depending on my play session. And I try my best to keep these going ever since I've had them. And the result has been amazing. The result has been tons and tons of alcohol. So like, here's a bunch of my beer along with some gin and mead and pale ale. All these are full barrels, or almost full barrels. I think this one here is partially full, but... And then I have all my vodka. And if I just taste some of these, it tells me that it has a quality of 67. So some of these qualities are, you know, in the high 60s. And as they sit there, they're going to just keep creeping up. And then I have my rack of whiskey. All these are full barrels of whiskey. And I keep saying that I need to get these into the cellar. I need to put these into cellar so that they start aging a little bit faster. But some of these whiskeys have hit 70 quality just sitting here. Yeah, you love beer too, but in winter you prefer whiskey. We have an interesting IPAs too here in Latvia. Oh, interesting. Yeah, IPAs have become quite popular in Canada. And while I really do enjoy IPA beer, I also enjoy other kinds of beer too. And it almost seems like IPA is over on the shelf now. Like you can get lagers and ales and these sorts of things, but I'm particularly fond of stouts and porters. And I feel like there's a lack of that kind of beer. How much faster do they age in the cellar? Is it worth doing? I am actually not sure. I just know that there is a bonus to how well they age if you put them in the mine in a building. I think it needs to be in a building in the mine. I don't know, actually, to be honest. I also don't know what the bonus is, so... but any bonus is a good bonus. Okay, let's see. I did eat gardening. 10 hours of gardening. I don't need that much. I don't believe I'm going to need mind logic or body control, but I will just take a little nibble of each one. And I actually haven't decided what we're going to be imping after that, so let's just hold off on that. All right, can I get another sip in? Where am I? 18 minutes. Okay, so we got 2 minutes. I know what I could do in that time. I'm going to bring Xander. Ooh. Needs a little drink of water, so he's going to come get a drink of water. And what I'm going to do with him is rake the fields. Raking of the fields does not take very long. And it's possible I might get 2 sips in while he's raking the fields. Each coffee sip, you kind of have to, like if your water bar is full, you just drank enough to fill your bar. Then you got to wait about 6.5 minutes or so before the next sip. All right. So here I am raking with my high quality rake. It's only 79 quality, but it also has some WA and COC on it, just to make it a little bit faster. And the point here is just to get these to have as most yield as it possibly can when I go to harvest. Of course, as usual, there are some tiles that are not quite ready yet. However, I think I can wait till tomorrow. You think brewing wine and beer is getting even more popular each year? I see a lot of new breweries coming up. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. There was a period of time about 5 years ago where it was just another brewery and another brewery. It was just like crazy. Oh, the hops is in season. Nice. Okay, so is it me or is that tile, this field just a little bit discolored compared to the rest? Is that an indication that it's hit the second ripe stage? I don't know. I'm actually not sure about that. Okay, should be able to take another sip. Yep. Where are we? 70 power. Okay, let's see if I can take one more sip at the end of grooming the fields. Hey, thanks for that. Do you have any tips for what skills to put on your main and what skills to put on your priest? Yes, I do have tips for that. Although I might not have it perfectly set up here. Actually, I'll be honest on my priest, but the priest, because they can't imp, then you should be putting skills on the priest that you don't need to imp. Oh, great. So farming is great for priests. Okay, there's no need to imp anything, and they can do farming just as good as the next person. Better if you're a foe, because you have a few spells that go hand in hand with farming. But yeah, farming is good. Any gathering skill that the priest can do, you should also think about skilling that up. So my Vin can't mine, so mining is out of the question, but he can dig and he can chop wood. Chopping wood is great, like getting wood cutting up on the priest is great skill because in addition to getting the wood, you also can get alignment ticks from chopping very old trees as a Vin priest. Your deedmate told you to put all your skills on your main and just channel the entire time with your priests. Didn't sound right to me. Yes, your foe. I mean, I understand why they say that. Channeling does take a lot of your time and effort if you want to get serious about it. I haven't really pushed my channeling too much. I did grind a little bit, but I haven't even gotten to 90 yet. So I haven't done that serious grind where I'm trying to like push it into the high 90s or anything like that. But your priest will spend a significant portion of time casting, and you want to be getting that channeling up. I think that's the primary. Like if you're going to do anything on the priest, it should be like if you're going to do one thing on the priest, it should be casting, right? But if you're going to do two things on the priest, then aside from casting, you should pick something else that the priest can level up all the way without any running into any restrictions. Okay, so obviously, whoops, I want to just try to cast a circle of cunning cast here. Farming is a great one, I would say, because farming doesn't take up too much time, and it won't take up too much of your sleep bonus. Unless you make your field too big. I have a 72 tile field here, and I find that perfect. I also have another 70 tile field that I used when I was trying to skill this tune up, and if ever I need additional materials, let's say I need like a bunch of cotton and a bunch of, vegetables or whatever, I'll plant the other field. So there's a few others that you might be interested in leveling up. I actually had half the mind of doing metallurgy on the Vin. And the reason is because metallurgy doesn't require any imping or doesn't have any way of imping at all. And so because of that, they will run into no restrictions there. Gardening, on the other hand, I did start gardening. You can see I have 49 gardening on Xander. So I started with this idea that I would do gardening on Xander, but then I realized the best way to get gardening up is to improve trellises. So I did get to 80 gardening on Griff, and I was thinking to myself, when this picking stops giving me good skill, I'm going to just switch over to imping trellises, and you can't do that on the priest, so I switched my gardening over to my main so that he can imp trellises. Okay, once I can sip one more time, so that's like another minute or so, I'll have at least 80 power. But as it turns out, and the amount of skill you get from picking doesn't seem to taper off, at least up to where I am. Okay, so I just picked 10 of the planters because those ones aren't going to give me any skill. Like the coffee isn't going to give me any skill. I have 30 additional planters, so I'm going to show you what 30 planters picking gives me in skill on gardening. You'll see I have 0.0019 skills, so that's practically nothing. Okay, now to start off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to climb and use a bunch of my... Hey, Buddha. How's it going? And thank you so much for that sub. Welcome on in. Alright, so I'm going to drain a whole bunch of stamina here. This is going to cause the action timer to be much longer. Like, gardening action timers go really fast, and that's great for if you're just picking the herbs for just picking them. But if you want to skill up, if you want to get the most skill out of the picking, I have found that if I drain my stamina to about here, and just hit the climb button, so I'm just holding on to that. Mr. Ultimates. Wow. I have a feeling we're gonna have a few of these notifications come up. Mr. Ultimates, that is 5 subs that you just gifted. You are... That's over the top. Thank you so much, Mr. Ultimates. And Buddha, that was a 7-month resub. I think also, I should have mentioned, Reganation, your sub at the beginning was a 19-month sub. That's just crazy. Yeah. Thank you so much. And hey, Catspur. I know it's really late for you, Cats. I missed a couple of your messages there just before you logged out. So I was getting the kids dinner and such. But yeah. I'm glad that you're able to stick around and stick it out and hang out a little bit. I know you're probably gonna have to go to bed at some point. Because it is rather late on the other side of the ocean. But I bet for you, Buddha, it's probably, what, midday? It's early morning? I don't know, sometime in the regular day, Saturday morning. All right, where am I in this? Okay, yeah, one more sip. Here we go. I can only get it to 80. I want it to, yeah, 100. It's lunchtime, yeah, midday. It's gonna be soon. I know they're gonna come with a fix very soon, but until it comes, it's just, I know everybody's a little bit frustrated with how it is. And you know what? I had your channel open since then and was hoping Twitch would just start playing the stream when it starts, but apparently it requires to refresh. Sorry to hear that. It's an interesting way that it is. What's the fix for caffeine? I'm not sure how it's intended. I don't think anybody quite knows just yet exactly what the fix is going to be. We kind of have the idea of the intent, but not the precise intention. The intention is to allow more casual players, that is, players who don't really have as much time to play, to have a method for sort of keeping up with the skill gain with the rest. With the rest. Or like not necessarily keeping up, but at least like you can log in and in an hour get a sense of accomplishment. Coffee is definitely not overpowered in the sense that because it has the restriction of using up your fatigue 4 times as much or 4 times as fast, you can't just use coffee all day. Okay, once you hit the 3-hour mark or so of using coffee, that will drain 12 hours of fatigue. And that's pretty much all of it. So you don't want to be overusing coffee. But for small things around the deed, I like to use it. And gardening is one that I found to be extremely valuable. Yeah, you know, I'm just going to start with the 80. And I'll show you how this goes. So let's just turn on sleep bonus and start picking. Okay, so because I drained my stamina, the timer is 3.5 seconds, when normally it'll be like 1.5 seconds or something like that. Fatigue is... It's funny that you're asking that, Buddha. It's not something that you can see anywhere on the screen unless you type in /fatigue. So if you type /fatigue, you can see in the event window how many hours of fatigue you have left. So it looks like I have 11 and a half hours. Yeah, it would be nice if they added a fatigue sort of bar or something like that. Maybe another bar that goes along the bottom here, now that it has become something that people actually have to think about. Now, currently, to answer your question, Nick Tomorrow, currently the way that fatigue works is that for every sip... okay. every coffee item and every caffeine item is slightly different, but I'm drinking Kavesi, or Kavisi, or however you pronounce it. And this is one of the stronger kinds of caffeine. And if I drink one sip of Kavesi, Mr. Ultimates, that's another 5 subs. That's just insanity. You know, wait, which one am I on? Parsley 2? I'm getting all sidetracked here now. I know. Harry, you're absolutely right. What? And I see Dizzy Lurkers or Kitten, Double Dose, and Limewood. Limewood, what's going on? Yeah, and Catspur got one there too. Thank you so much for those subs. That is very, very kind of you. Very generous. Now I completely forgot what I was talking about. Right, coffee. We're talking about coffee. Right. Something about coffee. Thank you so much for those subs. Okay, so... Right. The way it currently works is that every sip of Kavesi I take, it's going to give me 10 power. Currently I'm at 80 power, as you can see there. Now, every sip that I take fills up my water bar just like water would. The problem is right now is that once you have a full water bar, you cannot take another sip to increase the power. So you kind of have to wait until your water bar goes down, you take another sip, and it takes a while to get up there. But once it's all the way up to 100, okay, you can see that first line. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's really small text, but it says, I'm getting about 1.8 times sleep bonus usage rate while boosting skill. I think it could have been worded a little bit better than that, but I think the idea is that you're going to get, at 100 power, you'll get double the skill gain. Okay, so my skill here is going to be exactly double that it would otherwise be with sleep bonus on. But it's going to use sleep bonus at double the rate. Okay, so it's kind of like a wash, but in the end, what ends up happening is that you kind of just get more out of your time. Okay, that's what really it is. Like you're going to use the sleep bonus twice as fast, but you're going to get double the amount of skills, so it kind of like works out to be even. But in the end, you're going to be doing stuff twice as fast, so you'll have it done in half the amount of time. But then the other condition, the other downside to it, is it's going to use fatigue 4 times as fast at 100 power. Okay, so 4 times as fast. And that's where, if once you run out of fatigue, you can no longer do any actions. So there's that balance there. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Gardening, 0.06. Like, look at that. 0.06 in this amount of time is nothing to scoff at this skill. Particularly because I'm not imping anything. I'm just picking the herbs. And yesterday, I picked all the herbs. And partway through, I lost my buff because I wasn't paying attention to it. I need to keep refreshing it every 20-ish minutes. If I don't, I miss it. So I'll try my best to do it. And it got dropped about almost like about 3/4 of the way in. Yet I still got 0.5 skill yesterday in gardening just from picking the herbs. So it seems like it's going at a pretty good rate. Like you see like how many gardening ticks I'm getting? It's like almost every other one. It's It's giving me a gardening tick. Okay, now without sleep bonus, remember the tick I showed you? Without sleep bonus and without doing the stamina and all that was 0.0002. And now with all the things, I have 0.0015, which is like 8 times. An 8 times boost to the skill just by doing all the things. Right? And the 8 times is coming from the fact that sleep bonus gives me 2 times. The coffee is giving me almost 2 times. And the stamina is making the action timers 2 times longer, so it's giving me twice as much skill. Okay, so that right there accounts for the 8 times better skill, or so. And then that translates to, if you pick a whole bunch, a good skill gain rate, I'd say, at this skill. So I'm going to do this until I pick all these herbs. And then what we're going to do is we're going to switch over to roasting some coffee. But before we get to that, we're going to have to make some more roasting pans. I did fill one of my ovens, I think that one over there, with roasting pans. But I want to get at least 1 or 2 more forges. I don't know, actually. We'll see how we go. As many forges as possible filled with roasting pans. We'll see how much I can get through before I get tired of it. And then we'll see if we can do some pan filling. Pan filling coffee. Because I was noticing, I did a little bit of pan filling with those 70. It's kind of insane how much skill you can get by pan filling coffee and roasting it. Like, who was it? I think Sinsen was telling me he got his to 98, his beverages to 98 just from pan filling coffee beans. And after doing a couple tests with just 70 roasting pans, I could believe it. Like, it doesn't look like it's going to take long to get that beverage skill up. So my beverage skill is sitting at about 76. Hi, Mira. Miral Lucas. Thanks for the follow. Now I have the music turned up just a little bit because I was listening back to my VoD and it was okay. Like, I could hear the music, but I'm wondering what you guys think. Is the music okay? Hey, Josh. Welcome on in. Hey, Velvet Sun. How's it going? And hey, Mira. So, Josh, I just caught like a little bit of your stream there. You were hanging out, looking through. Was it Velvet Sun's deed? You were looking at Velvet Sun's deed, which I know, like, Velvet Sun, you are an amazing decorator. Your deed is beautiful. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I just tuned in for a little bit while I was setting up for the stream, so yeah. Yeah, and Josh, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome on in. Yeah, I felt I had to. Today was the only day this weekend that I was able to stream tonight. So it was either tonight or no stream. So I figured I'd just get a Friday night stream in. I know it's like I'm all over the place when it comes to when I'm streaming, so I do apologize for that. But and then like I was like tuning into a bunch of people's streams just before, and there's a lot of people streaming tonight. Hey, Dalmoth. Month. Yeah, I'm doing well. Doing very well, actually. It's Friday night. It's the weekend. was a tough work week, but I think that I think it's just the time of year, you know, and it's a relief to get to the weekend. Yeah, now you can chill and finish your wine. Nice. Well, cheers to you. Cheers. All right, where am I? Rosemary 2, Rosemary 1. Yeah, I have some of these are labeled incorrectly, and then one thing that I am not sure of. Maybe it's not that I'm not sure of, it's that one thing that maybe I'm trying to like maybe suggesting. Like for example, over here I have a couple racks. This basil and basil. But I've replaced the basil now with coffee. Okay, so I go to try to rename them, but I can't rename it. Right? So I can't rename that. And it's because I think Xander put it there. Right? And so I don't know, like maybe there should be something where it should check to see if I have kind of permissions to pick it up. Like if I could, I know the solution is I gotta take it into my inventory, replace it back down where it is, and then I can rename it. But I almost feel like if I have the ability to take it, then I should also kind of have the ability to rename it. I don't know. That seems like it makes sense. Button loses. There can't be much left in that wine. Well, I secretly opened another. You probably rated Velvet Sun's bars, yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, I obviously like you shouldn't just be able to rename anything that you want in the game, but like, if you have permission to pick it up, I think that in that situation, you should also have permission to rename. That's, I don't know. Just seems to make sense because I could pick it up and put it back down and then rename it. I don't know. It just seems annoying that I have to do that. Oh, I can take another sip. Take another sip. And that will bring me to 100 power. And we can see those numbers go up. Let's see. There. Now it's 2 times sleep bonus usage and boosting skill gain and 4 times fatigue. Okay, so that's what it looks like at 100%. Another thing I might do is also... Where's my lantern? Turn on my lantern. There we go. Now this house is a mess. It's a mess because I just finished building it. I actually built this house after... Was it after last stream? Or maybe just before last stream, I can't remember. So I haven't actually showed it on stream yet. But there was a point where I finished the house. I was actually... I'm not 100% happy with how it turned out, to be honest. I did make a deed plan of it, and I played around with it a whole lot. I changed the materials over and over. I had it originally as timber on top of pottery. I was kind of set on pottery because I like the idea of pottery, but I don't know... After playing around with pottery, I'm not sure I like it. I like it on its own. I like the red looking brick. It's just in combination with everything else, it just doesn't seem to fit with anything. Is the problem. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. You should check. You should check your stock sign. Okay, yeah, for the alcohol. And yeah, you may take a holiday at Velvet's place. You do agree. We have that issue a lot on Deed because we got many characters. I wish we could all rename the shelves in the BSU. Yeah. So like the renaming thing for sure. Yeah, it makes things a little bit hard when it comes to like who was it that dropped that thing and trying to figure it out. And especially with BSUs, it's not like you're gonna pick that up, right? Like if it's all full of stuff, you can't pick that up and put it back down, so there's not even an option. Yeah, so the idea about this house is that I kind of want to make it so that it's less cluttered. I haven't gotten around to sort of like positioning everything, but I mean, originally this house wasn't here, so I had all my garden lined up here. But I have half the thought to move the garden up to the upstairs of this house. But the problem with that is I don't know how to quickly access the stuff in the garden with the stuff that's downstairs. So I've been thinking a lot about how to optimize that a little bit. I have a few ideas. One of the ideas involves bringing a ladder down from the top floor. So like, maybe it's back here. There's a ladder that comes down. And so I can kind of like climb up to the top, open up. If I have all the planters up at top, I can have open, let's say, this bulk storage bin down at the bottom, climb up to the top, pick all the herbs, and just dump them into the BSB from the top. That way the BSB is or the FSB is down here. That's one option. Okay, but for that I'm gonna have to drop a ladder down. Now, from this position here, there's a staircase going right up to that spot, so it might look a little bit ugly. Maybe it involves putting a carpet or a rug there or something. I don't know. Griff, there's one fundamental flaw in your design. What is it? What's the flaw? It is possible that there's a flaw. Ha! How can your herbs get sunlight there? Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess we're lucky that it's not that realistic that it prevents the herbs from getting sun. It does seem like a little bit immersion breaking. However, I'm okay with that. What I definitely wanted was the ovens to not clip through the floor. So I accomplished that by using a vaulted ceiling in this room that kind of is a little, it's hard to see because, let's see. Yeah, so a vaulted ceiling. You know, I have a roof over there and then the floor from above. Hey, Not So Dirt. Thank you for that, host. And welcome in to all of you who are coming from Not So Dirt stream. Dirty hosting party. Cleanup not included. I spy with my 2 eyes. How's it going? Welcome on in. Oven light, more natural light than sunlight. Yeah, there you go. I'll have to just turn on all the ovens. Yeah. So as you can see, and Not So Dirt, I was like just mentioning that I got. Did I? Was it? I think I was mentioning to you that I got a gardening to 80, and now I'm showing how I did it, and I just got to 81. Look at that. 81.08. Just picking so far. I just picked the back row. Now I finished the back row. I'm starting the front row. And actually from the back row, 4 over there and 2 over here. So 6 from the back row gave me no skill. Because they were the new herbs. And the new herbs are like the coffee and the tea and the cacao give me no skill because I guess they programmed them to be like low difficulty. So at my skill, they're giving me nothing. Yet all the other herbs give me decent skill still. Now this whole front row I get to pick. All of them still, and that's gonna give me even more skill. I'm already halfway to 0.5. I know hacks, I know. Now this is maintaining 100 power on my coffee, so my sleep bonus is going twice as fast right now, along with my fatigue going 4 times as fast. But here's a dirty secret about coffee. It's actually about fatigue. There seems to be in this game some actions that take 0 fatigue. there are some actions in this game that use up 0 fatigue. It just so happens that gardening is one of them. So even though this action bar is going like this, and I'm using up action time, okay, I don't know if you were paying attention earlier, I showed what my fatigue bar was. I think it was at 11 hours, 32 minutes. And I'm going to check my fatigue bar, and it is at 11 hours, 32 minutes. Now it's not like I'm like I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know. There's like this is one of those things where I'm like feeling like, am I gonna get banned for doing this? I don't even know. Like, how else am I gonna do this? It does feel a little bit shifty that I'm circumventing the coffee, by you doing an action that takes no fatigue, and yet I'm still getting double the skill gain. I don't know. Yeah, fatigue and gardening have been in forever. Yeah, I know. Totally. It's been in forever. I mean, I have no fear that I'm doing anything wrong, but I feel like this is one of those things where coffee is said to be super overpowered specifically for these types of things where you use no fatigue, because fatigue is the thing that is supposed to be the balance for coffee. There's a few other things that you could be doing that don't use fatigue that you can use coffee for. One of them happens to be channeling, if you can believe it. One of the hardest skills in the game. Channeling does not use up fatigue. When I found that out, I was just baffled. Like, how is it possible that channeling doesn't take fatigue? Yeah, you see what I mean? Just something that was overlooked. I know, yeah. That's what I feel like it's something overlooked, and there's quite a few people out there just like stating all there's lists out there. You can find all the lists of all the skills that don't use fatigue. Of course, things like all the fight skills and sub skills and all that stuff, like shields and all that stuff, also don't take fatigue. What else doesn't take fatigue? Natural substance grind when you're creating healing covers doesn't take fatigue. Yeah, if channeling is a funky skill, yeah. It's a little bit strange to me that it doesn't take fatigue. Because in my opinion, I think that if it has an action bar, it should take fatigue. And yet here we are, doing something that has an action bar, and there's no fatigue. I don't know. Your Mag Priest hit 70 Faith today. Congrats. That's a big milestone. Now you can cast Strong Wall. That's a big one, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Strongwall is great. Made a lot of silver from that spell. Yep. It's I mean, I don't want to say it's always in demand, but when it's in demand, then you can make good silver for sure. Oh yeah, good way to make friends. Absolutely. You really got to work on your channeling though. It's barely 50. Well, what's nice about Strongwall is that it doesn't take channeling at all. You don't really have to worry about your channeling skill. All right, Josh. You have a good night. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid and come in to hang out. You have a good night. Yeah, your Mag Priest is only 53 channeling. Yeah, so in terms of Strongwall, there's no need for channeling. Channeling doesn't make much of a difference. But channeling does help for other things like, you know, the Stone Strike cast. You need decent channeling for that. And of course, the armor cast, Armor of Shared Pain. You just want to get him to the point where he can cast it in belongs. Fair enough. Yeah, you just got to keep going at it. And Perry, have you seen the neck wound grind? Yeah, Armor Shared Pain. I mean, I have been convinced though that Armor Shared Pain is far less. Oh, really? Mag doesn't get ace up anymore? What? What did that happen? I mean, I haven't had a Mag Priest in forever. I think I had a Mag Priest before the Player Gods happened. Oh, okay. Okay, so Mag Priest got web armor. Okay. Okay, so apparently I've been convinced. I have been convinced that web armor is superior to Armor of Shared Pain by a substantial amount. Once I now know exactly what web armor does. At least I've been told. So I haven't verified this for myself, but I trust the source, and I'm going to show you the source actually. Let's do this. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay. Let's go to the forums. Oh, you know what? Here's the thing about coffee. Say, if you leave yourself idle, it's using double the sleep bonus. So it's like actually a lot harder to go idle when your sleep bonus is on with coffee. I have 7 minutes there, so I got, okay, let's do this quickly. Let's see if I can. Actually, it's gotta be in the suggestions and ideas. Oh gosh. No, can't be here. I gotta think about this. Where did I see this post? I actually responded to a thread and asked why is web armor considered superior to Aesop, and then I got a response. But now I gotta remember where that is. I actually don't think it's in here, now that I think about it. It's very likely in here. Goodness. I will find it. Interesting, that's a hot take. So web armor, as far as you know, slows the targets to things that hit you. If it's speed or speed and attack speed, I don't know. Right. Look at your profile and see what you participated in. Good call. Good call. Good call. This was a little while ago. Can I go before this? It was before that, I think. Nope, it was before this. See my activity. Yeah, it gives them attack speed debuff. I think it works out more valuable than the tiny amount of extra damage Aesop can do. Yes. Here, it's right here. Here it is. Okay. Let's move over to the next one and we can get to it. I really like this song. Okay. So the main point of this topic was, so it wasn't Town Square. Okay, so Ether Drifter posts this post every year about regarding the fact that he likes to play a main priest, and he comments often about wanting to make the priest main sort of a thing that's a little bit more valuable. And there was something in here that made me think, like, he mentioned something about web armor and Aesop, and I let me see if he says, let's see, somebody had mentioned, we were discussing PvP, this was Perigi. Aesop is trash, but lib priests do have web armor, so your point still kind of stands. And so I asked, can someone explain why web armor is better than Aesop? The argument that I have heard relates to the fact that having Aesop causes the mob to die in less hits, resulting in less weapon skill gain. I know, like, people have been trying to give me this explanation up until this point, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So I explained why I don't think that makes sense. And here's the response. So Oblivion Reaver gives me the response. And he says, Aesop reflects damage based on how much damage you take. If you get hit for 5 and you have 100 Aesop, the mob takes 1. Okay, so 20% damage at 100 power. Okay, which is like nothing. You're probably overkilling mobs, so say you're hitting for 30% per hit. Even if it's hit a bunch, you do nothing. It's not doing 50% of your life to take 10% health. Okay, so he's basically saying like that extra 20% is not really going to do anything, especially if you hit the mob for that last little bit and you overhit them, because like that, you may as well have not had that 20% hit every single time, and you would have killed them in the same amount of hits, so it's not really doing anything. Whereas web armor, on the other hand, when hit, it reduces the speed of their next swing by that weapon, or with that weapon, by, let's see, 5%. 5% times the power seconds. So if the power is 100, right? If the power is 100, like this is where things get kind of crazy. If you get 100 power web armor and the mob hits you, it's going to reduce the speed of their next swing by 5 seconds. Yeah, it's not valuable unless you're taking a ton of damage. Exactly. So the damage from Aesop is stupid low in PvE. Yeah. All right, Mira, have a good night. And hey, Patrodak, welcome back. How's it going? Right. So if you have 100 web armor on your armor, and the mob hits you with that in that spot on that armor piece, their next attack is like 5 seconds longer until their next attack. Like, holy, that is a lot. That is huge value. I am doing very well. I'm doing very well now that it's Friday and I get to sit and relax and hang out with all you guys. Play some Wurm Online. Where's Brian? Jetson asks. Brian. I don't know where he is. He's probably at home. You know, it's been a while since Brian's played regularly. He pops in from now and then. He needs a little bit of inspiration, though, I think. And he'll be back, I'm sure. He's got a labyrinth to build, so he'll be back. Is it like jewelry where the item quality gets averaged with the cast level? No, I don't think so. I think it's when the mob hits you, they're going to hit a particular area on you, and whatever area that armor, like whatever's covering that area, whatever armor piece is covering that area, that's the web armor that is going to be affected. Okay, so it's not just like if I'm wearing a web armor breastplate and they hit me in the legs and I have no web armor there, then it's just going to be like 0 effect. They have to hit you in the spot where the web armor is, and then that will give them the debuff. But it seems like with 100 web armor, it's a straight up 5 seconds added to their next swing timer. That's a lot. That's a lot. So an Aesop in PvP would probably be more valuable if it reflected 20% of the damage they're dealing instead of 20% of what you take. Right. Wait. What's the difference between the damage they deal and the damage you take? Oh, I guess the damage you take is modified by damage reduction. Is that what you mean? So they deal, you get some damage reduction because of your armor and all sorts of other things, and then you take. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would probably make sense. You mean that if it was a 50 quality press plate with 100 casts, for Julie that would be an effective 50 casts. Yeah, the pre-DR damage, then apply it to their DR. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so maybe it's that Aesop just needs a little bit of reworking so that it is a little bit more in line. Yeah. I don't think that the quality of the breastplate has any effect on the cast of the web armor. Yeah, I don't think that is a thing. Yawn. Enjoy your Friday evening stream. It's now early Saturday. Have a good night. Yeah, you too, Bunloose. I know. Your time is it's very late right now. So yeah, I do apologize for the late Friday night stream. I mean, I mean, it's just when I have to stream. It's like I have a bunch of stuff this weekend. So no time to stream on the week during the Saturday or Sunday. So it was either tonight stream or no stream. And so I chose tonight stream. I also do know that whenever I stream on a night, I get a whole bunch of people from Australia and New Zealand, like you, Buddha. It's like perfect time for you, I think. Midday on a weekend. 900 iron lumps. You were imping horseshoes. Oh, is it? Oh, you were mining as well. That's what it was. You were trying to break a vein. That's what it was. Is that what you mean? Yeah, there you go. There we go. So nice. I'm getting closer. If you caught the end of my last stream, I had stopped off to break a vein that had 1,000 actions left in it. Okay, all the horses are over 55 quality now. Nice. Because Uthgard Davies, who has like a deed up at the top of the mountain, he had a tunnel that led up to the top, but a tin vein collapsed in the middle of his tunnel, and so I went to go check it out. Turns out it had less than 1,000 actions in it, and so we just started mining it. But at the end, I had to jet right before it broke. So, but it did get fixed up, and now the path is clear up to the top, which is awesome. Just give me a second here. Yeah, I better get the next one going. Just give me one more second here. What is... Yeah, you know how that it is? EU can't win every time. I know. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it would have been a shame if I didn't get to stream this weekend. So I'll take whatever day I can. And especially as the holidays come nearer, it's going to get busy, you know, with weekends, seeing family and such. So I'll try my best to squeeze in some streams. It's something I love to do, but not always feasible to keep it up. All right, we're coming closest to the end. Where am I on? I'm on Ginger 1. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more racks to go. Where am I in skill? Oh, before I forget. Oh no, look, it happened again. This is the worst. Coffee. I mean, the idea behind coffee is so good. The experience of using coffee in the game is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I can't stand it. You blink and it's like it's all ruined. And not only is it ruined, it's like ruined for good. I won't be able to get it back up now. It's like ruined. I can't wait till they come out with a fix for this. Honestly, if the fix was just you're able to drink when it's like that, if that's all that was changed, I feel like I wouldn't have half the problems that I have with it. Distractions mean no more coffee buzz, I know. Like you look away for a second and it's like, no. Oh, it's all gone. I spent so long getting that up to 100. You should have seen, like before the stream, I was like sitting there trying to get my water bar down. And I don't have the access to an alt who can make me throw up. Because Xander's doesn't have any of the special moves yet. His fights, I haven't spent any time on fighting on Xander. I suppose I could bring Feyran out, and he can whack me over the head a few times. But I have to say, though, it's like almost every single time I use coffee, I have this frustrating moment of forgetting to take another sip in time for the next one. Yet nonetheless, I just hit 0.5 skill in gardening. .5 skill. That's pretty good at this level. If I can get 0.5 skill the next day and then tomorrow and the next day and the next day, won't be long before I get to 90. You know, a few weeks maybe, a couple weeks. Hacks. Not to mention, I have a whole bunch of hops to harvest out there. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think picking off of the plant, the trellises, picking the hops off the trellises, that uses gardening skill, right? That doesn't use forestry. Pretty sure it uses gardening. We'll go test it out. This is going to be good because I think I missed the last hop season. I think the last hop season, if I'm not mistaken, I have to double check, but I think it was the hop season happened while I was at the Imping. I was at the Imping for a week, so I just completely missed the hop season. And I came back and I was like, gotta wait a whole other season until I get my hops. And I had used up all my hops from the previous season. But now I'm wondering, like, now that my gardening skill is 80, and if picking the hops from the trellises uses my gardening skill, does that mean I'm going to get 4 hops per trellis? We'll test this out. We'll see what the hops gives me now. Be right back. Time for more food. All right, enjoy. Yeah, I'm going to have to go see what the hops trellises give me. We're on oregano 2, so we got 2 more planters after this one. Another thing I was a little bit sad about is that we didn't get any updates this week. Not that like I'm complaining, because we've been getting so many updates and hot fixes and communications over the past month or more, and it's been great. Lots of things to talk about. But this week was a little bit quiet. We did get a communication from Keenan regarding, we'll take a look at it afterwards, but we're just regarding like the coffee update and everything, like how that's going. It sounded like things are getting close to being shared with the community about what the intended changes for coffee will be. I was hoping that we would get some message about it today, but it never came. So we might have to wait till next week. I just noticed this message here in GL Freedom. Somebody saying natural substances is such a pain because it's difficulty in mass crafting healing covers of optimal difficulty. Not sure about that. I guess it depends on where you are in your natural substance grind. Like, if this person is saying that it is such a pain to get to 99, I might agree with that. But I don't think it's that much of a pain to get to, let's say, 70. I have an experience of getting to 70, and it's actually quite smooth to get natural substances to 70. Okay, here's the last one. So Xander over here, right? His natural substances I got to 70, and I haven't really done much since then. But it didn't feel like that bad to get to 70. I do understand the difficulty bit, because the highest difficulty healing cover is 25. So once your skill gets really high and you're doing this 25 difficulty thing, it does make it so that the rate at which you're getting skill ticks is low. Ooh, I got a rare time. And S also has the creation nerf, so that's why it's kind of hard to grind. Yeah. That's Madnath, who grinds lots of things, so... It's not... I don't know. Creation nerf, yeah, so... When you're creating an item, you know, like I create a nail, or a horseshoe, or I create a healing cover, or anything like that. Okay, if you're creating an item, you will get a third of the skill. Yeah, you get a third of the skill compared to if you were imping. Yeah. So because natural substance doesn't have an imping item, it does make it a little bit harder to get it high. But as I said, like, I got my natural substances to 70 on, and this goes back to somebody had asked earlier, I can't remember who it was, but somebody asked what's a good skill to put on your priest as opposed to your main. I would say natural substances is another one of those good ones, because it's creation only, so they don't run into the imping problem. And it's also, you know, beneficial to have Circle of Cunning. So if you're a Vinora priest, you're casting Circle of Cunning on, you know, your animal bits. So in my inventory here on my priest, right, I have a gland in here with 87 Circle of Cunning. I have a tooth with 96 Circle of Cunning, or now it's down to 95. I have a heart somewhere in a BSB, in a magical chest, because hearts decay in your inventory. So yeah, like, you just, you know, activate one of these, you clump it up with a whole bunch of other glands, and you go to town on some other item, It makes healing covers, and it actually doesn't go that slowly. The bottleneck is only in how fast you can gather the materials, right? Like, I was planting some black mushrooms in the planters over there and farming those. So the black mushrooms have a 5 potency, and I'm collecting glands and hearts, and teeth are a 4 potency, but they're decent. Yeah, the creation versus imping. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, so let's get to the stuff we were planning to do. So I titled this one Making Coffee and Imping Stuff. The stuff I will need to imp are horseshoes. Believe it or not, no, not so dirt. So I got... So Cat's Purr had gifted me a couple draft hell horses, and one of them, I think she accidentally had left her horseshoes on, and they were like 20 quality or something, and so I decided I'm gonna imp them up and I'm gonna cast on them. And look at this cast I got. I got super lucky on this cast. Got 104 Wind of Ages. I was thinking, like, if it's above 70 I'll keep it. There you are, Casper. So you now are proud owner of 104 Wind of Ages horseshoe, along with a few others. So you got another 92 and an 83 and a 79. So I'm just gonna keep imping those ones up until they're a little bit higher than that. And I got a bunch more horseshoes over here that have all been casted on. Those need imping. Some of them are 80, some of them are 70, some of them are 60, and some of them are really low. So I need to get those ones up. Most of these are going to go onto the merchant. Somebody had come along and bought all the horseshoes off my merchant, and so they needed to be replaced. And I quickly put a whole bunch. Hey, Red. Hey, Feyran. Super lucky. I know. Super lucky. Just like a random. I think it was the second cast. Honestly, I was just like, what's this cast? And second one came and it was 104. So it was like super lucky. Okay, what am I doing over here? I'm gonna just give up on caffeine for the night. My sleep bonus is low, and oh, you know what I need? No, you know what? Never mind. No, I'm gonna keep this up. Never mind. I forgot what I was actually going to do, and that is, I am going to make a whole bunch of roasting dishes. That's what it is I'm going to do. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to keep trying to keep that coffee going higher, because I need to get that back up to 100. Because we're going to do a coffee roasting grind. We'll see how that goes. Before I do that, I'm going to get the kiln up and running. And wood scraps. Let's just take some of this maple wood scraps. I got enough of those, and I'll just take 20 of them. Because we discovered not too long ago that it turns out that a forge or a furnace can take up to 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms is the amount of effective weight that a furnace can take. Now, if it was birch, you only have to put in half as much. So you only have to put in 15 kilograms of birch. That'll effectively, burn for, like, do a 30 kilogram burn, basically. That was something I never knew before. Okay, now let's get the clay. So let's take 30 pieces of clay. That's 60 kilograms. That should be enough. Let's see, roasting dish. And I think I'm just going to make them creation quality, honestly. I'm just going to park Xander right next to here. All right. So let's go look, now that we're here, at the one really, I think, important piece of dev feedback we got. Where is it here? Was it here? I thought it was here. No, it was not here. Oh, I know where it was. It was in here. There we go. It was somewhere in here. Yeah, in the caffeine feedback on the 3rd page. So somewhere down here we got a message. No, what? Where? I swear I saw it in this post. No, it wasn't here. That was these posts are so long ago. Okay, I think the only way I'm gonna be able to find this is by looking up Keenan. More options. Members. Yes, Keenan was saying something. Here it is. Okay, so it was in that first post I was looking at that I couldn't find it. That's so weird. Oh, boy. Time to log in, Brian. Just getting off work. Didn't realize stream was happening. Just getting off work. It's 8:30. Holy crow. Did you have your weekly stream today? Yeah, Brian is usually does a weekly stream. Yeah, you streamed today, yeah, on YouTube. To sort of like showcase and to help with the software that he works for, called Launchbox, and it's a program that allows you to consolidate all your games into one sort of front end system. Yeah, the Master Blacksmith title helps. Yeah, totally. So yeah, he streams almost every week. So if you're interested in catching Brian's stream, I don't know, Brian, if you do you wanna like post your link there just in case anybody's interested in checking out what's going on there? All right, just give me one moment. I just gotta mute for a sec. All right. So no, yeah, maybe. Anyway. Brian streams every week and he does a little showcase on creating themes for the Launchbox program that he does, and I know he's working pretty hard. Working till 8:30 on a Friday night. That's a little bit crazy. Okay, so there it is. Unbroken Software LLC Live. So if you're interested, you can go check out Brian's VoD, or you can catch him streaming every Friday, I believe. He streams every Friday afternoon. If you're into retro gaming, that is totally for you. All right, let's see what Keenan said this week. This was on Wednesday, so just a couple days ago. He says, and this is in response to somebody who seemed a little bit, this is Exon. He seemed a little bit, what's the word? Upset, I guess, about the nerfs to coffee. I mean, I've been feeling the frustrations, as you saw just earlier. It's just a little bit frustrating the way it works right now. I'm now at this point where I have to work my power back up because I just blinked and forgot to drink again. So Exon saying, still no resolution for over-the-top nerfs like insane water filling by coffee drinks and placing certain items on one tile. So Keenan comes and reassures that caffeine is getting a rework. Details are almost ready to post publicly, but I've said it would include bypassing water. I actually didn't see him say that before. He might have said it, but I didn't see that he said it. And I read the forums pretty thoroughly, so I was a little bit surprised that, because I was actually hoping that that was something that was going to get included, but I didn't know. It sounds like he said it now though. So he has now said for sure that it will include bypassing water. Whew, I think if that's the only thing that they do, then it's fixed. like if that's the only thing they do. Hopefully they don't do other things to break it. I'm just hoping that the other things that they do to caffeine hopefully just make it better or enhance the situation. But one thing I think for sure that will fix almost every issue with it is just having it bypass the water bar. So that I can just, if I forget to drink, I can just drink and drink until it's back to 100 again. So I think that'll be good. Then he goes on to say, I don't consider fixing an exploit to be a nerf. So he's now calling this 1 tile per item thing an exploit. So any one of you who have been putting 2 tapestries on 1 tile, you have been exploiting. Because there was supposed to only be 1 tile per item. 1 item per tile. 1 item per tile. But then they went and fixed it. So they removed several decorations from this category in a previous update, which they did. So tapestries are now no longer 1 item per tile, but beds. If you have more than 1 bed on a tile, you exploiter. You don't do that. It's exploiting. Yeah, just like smelters. Yes. But honestly, the real exploit, I'm pretty sure, the thing that he's really talking about is the way that people were using planters, large planters, and honestly, I don't even think this is like all that bad. The way that people were doing it, they were just taking a large planter and putting another large planter on the same tile, and in fact, you can get 4 large planters on the same tile, and then you can plant seeds in them, and they can grow like you can grow your vegetables. 4 seeds can be planted on 1 tile. That was it. That was the whole big issue. And they fixed it, so you can't do that anymore. Now everybody's just going to take all their planters and just spread them out. And get the same amount of stuff from them. It is a lot of density, I am not gonna lie. It is definitely a nice convenience to have 4 planters per tile. But the way it was is that 4 was the maximum, because they kind of like got put in the center of the tile, and if you put 2 down in a row, they would be overlapped with each other. So you can kind of rotate one. If you rotate one, then you can kind of get the corner. And then if you put down another one, you can kind of rotate that one relative to the others, and you can do that for 4 planters, but the 5th one would be aligned with one of those 4, It was like, so in the end, people were getting 4 planters per tile and putting them into a building. I know Sinsen, he had described this whole system to me. In fact, at the time I was thinking, wow, that's like kind of creative. I don't see anything wrong with that, because I think that that's the way it's supposed to be, but it turns out it wasn't supposed to be that way, and I don't think anybody saw that coming. Nobody knew it was supposed to be the other way. That planters can only be 1 per tile, because it just seemed like you could put 2 down. So the devs didn't like that, so they fixed it. So now I know that, I guess the solution for those people who already have it set up that way is to just spread it out. Just spread the planters out over a wider area, get the same amount of stuff. I don't know. It doesn't seem that egregious to me. All right, let's take these ones out, put these ones in. Let me just, I don't know what to do with these potters, roasting dishes. I'll just put them here for now. Okay, so I'm thinking it would be ideal if I can get 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Let me think here. 70 per oven, and 5 ovens at 70 would be 350. 350 would be nice. Of course, more would be better, but I think 5 ovens is good enough. I already have one full, 70, and so I guess I only need 280. 280. Okay, I think we can do this. 280. Large planters, or not large planters, roasting dishes. So on a completely different note, I don't know if you guys caught my stream when I had said something to the effect of, I think we were talking about people who use a lot of alts to create bricks. And I said, you know, I don't really see that as a problem. Like, let's say somebody creates 10 alts and uses those 10 alts to just, you know, mine out a bunch of shards and just mass produce bricks and then sell those bricks. And because honestly, you can't really make enough bricks to satiate the market for bricks. People want tons of bricks. And so I think I said something to the effect of on the stream, if I see somebody who's selling bricks for 1 silver per 1,000, I'll just send them a tell and say, I'd like 100,000 bricks, please. And I'll pay you 1 gold for 100,000 bricks. And if they could do it, I would pay them the 1 gold and take the 100,000 bricks. And I think after they did it for 100,000 bricks, they probably wouldn't want to do it anymore. Because 1 gold for 100,000 bricks of effort, like the effort for 100,000 bricks is definitely not anywhere near the payoff of 1 gold. And so I figured like that would be the last 100,000 bricks they would make. So funny thing happened. I just had the trade channel open and I saw somebody selling bricks for 50 copper for 1,000. So I kind of chuckled to myself like, okay, this guy's making bricks for 50 copper per 1,000. So I send him a tell and I say, did I read that right? Did I read like 50 copper for 1,000 bricks? And he said, yeah. And I said, all right, I'd like to order 100,000 bricks, please. And he goes, 100,000 bricks? And I say, yeah, 100,000 bricks, please. Like that. 50 copper, 1,000, that's like a really good deal. So I want to make the best use of this deal as possible. And he's like, give me a second, because you know, I've been really busy and like a whole bunch of people have been asking for bricks, so just give me a second. I'm like, okay. Like I'm like thinking to myself, this isn't happening. He's not gonna have 100,000 bricks, nor will he be willing to make 100,000 bricks. Thinking to myself. He sends me a tell like an hour later and says, how many bricks did you want again? And I said, 100,000. He says, I think I have half that. And like my jaw kind of just dropped for a second. I'm like, what? Like he has half that? And I'm like this. Part of me is still thinking, no way. There's no way he has half that, right? So I go, okay, like I'll take him, and he goes, yeah, okay. So let me just tally up how much I have here. And he's like, takes about like a good 10 minutes later. He sends me a tell and he says, okay, figured out. I have 6,000. I can have the other 4,000 to you, like by tomorrow. And I go, 6,000? That's not half of 100. Like that's only 10,000 bricks in total. not 100,000. And he goes, yeah, I know. But that's all I got. I'm like, okay. Like 6,000, I'm not sure if that's worth my time to come get. 6,000 bricks. Because it's like I have to sail my boat all the way across, and then we'll have to do the whole transfer. And I'm like thinking, just for 6,000 bricks, like I can sit here and make 6,000 bricks myself. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Tomorrow, if you have 10,000 bricks, I'll come for 10,000 bricks. I'm like, I double check, like 5 silver for 10,000 bricks, and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, all right, okay, so 5 silver for 10,000 bricks, that's worth my time. I'll come over and get the 10,000 bricks. And like, I think for that, like they just eked out. Like they were making bricks all night that night, probably. However much time the next day that they had to like make bricks, they were just making bricks to try to like make the 10,000. And when I finally got there, they didn't have the 10,000. I think it was like they had 9,600 bricks or something. Like it was like short by 400 bricks or something like that. And I'm just like, okay. And they have like, it's also, the bricks weren't even by the shore. They were like inland by a whole bunch. And like the night before I was telling like where would I pick up the bricks? And he's like, okay, you can just come. Let me see. I'll show you on the map where he told me that he pinpointed this on the map. He's like, come right to this spot right here. Just park your boat right here. I'll have the bricks there. Okay. But he didn't have the bricks right there. He had the bricks next to this little pond over here. In BSBs nonetheless, and he had a wagon with crates, and so he was in the process of filling the wagon with like all the crates with bricks so that he can cart them over to my boat. And he still like he had to do this whole like bit where he asked me, can I help come over and help load the bricks into the crates? So I'm like, I walk myself because I didn't bring any mount. I just had my boat over here, so I'm like walking across this desert. I load up the bricks. Help him load up the bricks, and we're loading him back into my cart. I know this guy was sweating hard. I know. What was so funny at the end of it all was that at the end I pay him. I'm like thanks for the bricks. Like this was a great price and everything. And he's like, I'll let you know what he says. I'll let you know when I have the next 10,000. I'm like. I don't think he's going to get through the next 10,000, honestly. I can't imagine. Like, I honestly feel like... I don't bless. You believe in him, okay. It's possible he will. I did put him on my friends list, and so I will check in just to see, because, I mean, honestly, if he's selling bricks for 50 copper per 1,000, like... I don't know if I can pass that up, you know, like that's a really good deal. And I'm going to use all those bricks. Like, I think that when I say I need 100,000 bricks, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think we're going to need more than that. So like if at 50 copper per 1,000, I think I can't pass that up. I honestly cannot pass that up. Yeah. It turns out, like, it seems like what they're doing is they're building a canal. They're building a canal that connects that little pond to up here somewhere. So there's like a tunnel opening, and it's not fully done yet. But what they're doing is they're taking their time, and while they're mining it out, they're also making bricks out of all the shards as they go. Probably just to fund things. I was curious. I was asking him, like, how is it that you can charge a quarter of the value of these bricks? Like, you know you can sell them at 2 silver per 1,000, right? He's like, yeah, like, I'm just getting somebody else to make it, was his response. I'm getting somebody else to make the bricks. And I'm like, yeah, well, like, I'm asking because I'm just curious how you're able to sell it for so cheap. And he's like, yeah, well, that's how. That's how I'm getting somebody else to make it. Oh, you just got yourself back on. You missed the whole story. The short of it is, like, it last stream we were talking about we were talking about alt like people who have tons of alts who are spamming bricks, and ruining the market and everything like that. And I was saying, like, I don't really see it as a problem. I don't see it as ruining the market because, like, they can't possibly put a dent in the brick market. Like, the brick market is so in demand, especially on the northern Freedom Isles, that even if somebody says, I'm going to sell 1,000 bricks for 1 silver. Hey, Zigzag, thanks for the follow. If somebody were to sell 1,000 bricks for 1 silver, I would just send them a tell and tell them, okay, I'll order 100,000 bricks, please. Like, so that was what I was saying on the last stream. And that I would be gladly willing to pay 1 gold for 100,000 bricks if they're able to do it. Knowing that nobody in their right sanity would make 100,000 bricks even with 10 alts going at the same time. Yeah, with your 3 tunes you can crank out bricks, right? But go crank out 100,000 with them, and then tell me that you're willing to keep going after that, right? And so just sometime this week, I saw somebody in trade chat, just like they were posting that they're selling bricks 50 copper per 1,000. 50 copper per 1,000. So I looked at, I'm like, I can't let this go by. Like, I have to say something to this guy. So the thing I say to him is, I'll order 100,000 bricks, please. And he's scrambling for the 100,000. Like, he's like, in his, I honestly think that they misinterpreted the 100,000 to mean 10,000, because in the end they only had 10,000. Yeah. In this game, there is always going to be market for things like bricks and dirt, mortar. Yeah, only 10,000, I know. Only 10,000. I'll show you the 10,000. Here, let's bring Xander over. So I grabbed the 10,000 bricks. Actually, you know what? What was funny was that I honestly didn't think he was going to follow through with it. So there's 8,000 bricks right there. So I started sweating when he started talking about how he had half of it ready. He had half of the 100,000 ready. And I'm like sweating now because I don't have the crates for 100,000 bricks yet. I honestly was calling his bluff. Okay, so there's 8,000 bricks and another, like, I don't know. I already had some bricks, so there's the 10,000 bricks. And so I was calling his bluff. I didn't have the crates ready for 100,000 bricks. And so when he said he had half, I'm like scrambling for, like, okay, well, how many crates do I have? How much can fit in an NAR? Turns out only 12,000 or so, or 13,000. You just buy his crates too in that case. He'd have them, I know. He actually didn't have them because everything was in BSBs. Like, everything was in BSBs. All of his shards are in BSBs. He had 12 crates in his wagon, and that was all the crates I saw that was there. Yeah, and Mac plays on SFI. Not so dirt you hide. I mean, 3 tunes can crank out bricks. And I have no doubt that 3 tunes can probably crank out 1,000 bricks in like half hour or something like that. Right? Like that's like reason. Like, that would be like if all 3 tunes were going really quick, high skill with high chisels and, WOA and everything, and they're going at it hard. 3 tunes could probably get 1,000 bricks in a half hour, which is great. Like 1,000 bricks in a half hour, but expand that out to 100,000 bricks now. That's 50 hours. That's 50 hours of managing 3 tunes. That's like I don't know. Like, okay, here's how you put it, right? Like a AAA game that's like a single player role playing game is considered good value if it gives you 40 hours of gameplay. Right? Like if a game gives you 40 to 50 hours of gameplay, you'll pay 50 to 80 bucks for a AAA experience that lasts 40 to 50 hours. We're talking 50 hours of alt tabbing through your making bricks. Boy. Like, part of my brain is thinking this is just unreasonable to ask for 100,000 bricks, but the other part is that it's unreasonable to sell bricks for 50 copper per 1,000. I don't know. Hey Malnu, what's going on? And Frank Hats, welcome on in. Yeah, and I know Makufer like goes hard on these sorts of things. He has his alt army going. But like, without people like that, without people who are able to pump out tens of thousands of bricks, how is all the projects gonna get done? I mean, there's like epic projects going on, and the epic projects need epic amounts of bricks. Yeah, I know. No, I'm not. Yeah, totally. Vancouver has 6 monitors going with alts all over the place, and I've seen him set. Yeah, totally. I've seen his setup. I know exactly how he goes on, and it's great. Like, Wurm needs people like this, because without people like this, the epic projects just will not get done. Epic projects need epic amounts of bricks. You regularly send Makufer shipments of stuff he needs to cover what he can't get with his alt army. Oh yeah, interesting. I'd be hard pressed to try to find something that Makufer might need. I almost feel like he has everything he needs. Yeah, he gets on his own, I know, exactly. Yeah, Makufer's on a whole other level. Yeah, he was happy when you give him free Riftwood. Yeah, totally. Oh, he's like big on the rift mats for sure. And he has the big setup for doing all the rift, all the ruin, you know, the ruin services. He's building his massive city right now, so he's constantly running out of stuff. Okay. Is it the same city he's been building over the years? You know, like the one on the side of the mountain? Is he still going hard on that thing? Because last time I saw it, it was like pretty close to done, if not done. I mean, it's never done, obviously. Like, there's always something to do, I'm sure. But yeah, okay, so it's the same city. I remember when he started that. You know, and I was looking at the deed planner plans of it. I'm like, while he was streaming, I was just watching one of his streams. He keeps expanding it. Yep. I can see that happening. So like he decided to build his city like going up the side of a mountain. It just seemed like it's just like surface mines. It's the plateaus, and he has bridges going from one building to the next, and it's huge and massive, for sure. Where's that at? That's a good question. Is Makufer on Xanadu? Yeah, Northwest Xanadu. Yeah. I don't know exactly where it is because I haven't visited it before. Although I should have. Like, honestly, I was living... Let's see, on Xanadu. Let's see. Gosh. Okay, here. There's Rock's Landing. Okay, so for the longest time I was living right in this little dimple inlet thing. So I was living up here for a long time. From probably 2015 to probably 2 years or 3 years. That was during the time that we were building the labyrinth. The labyrinth is right in this spot right over here. And we had built the tunnel that comes through here so that, you know, we have a tunnel that comes through here that allows us to get to the labyrinth. I'm not sure exactly where... Okay, he's on the community map. Let's take a look where it is exactly. Okay, Xanadu. Hey, Pinkstree, what's going on? Alright. Everything's going well. And the fact that it's a Friday evening, beginning of the weekend, I'm in a good mood. There, it looks like it's over here. Boy. Look how many jellyfish deeds there are. So I think he owns all the jellyfish deeds. Where's my brother? I think he's in chat here somewhere. Yep, he's around. Yeah. And I think just recently he was hanging out on a stream that I was hanging out on, and he was talking about the upkeep that he pays. And it's a lot, apparently. You've been streaming a lot of poker recently. You had a big Amogus game earlier with 12 people in voice. Lots of fun. Awesome. Hi, Leo. You think each one of his alts has his own deed? Yeah. Oranges are in harvest. That reminds me of something that we were supposed to do. I need to get these out of here. Where are we in the clay here? Okay, so I'm going to pause this for a second because I don't want to forget to do this. Oh my gosh. Have I ever got to drink coffee? How's my buff? I'm never going to get this coffee buff up to 100 if I keep forgetting to drink coffee. I can't wait for the fix for this. I honestly can't wait. I know. I have too many things to remember. Okay, so the other thing I need to remember is that I wanted to pick the hops that's in season. For some odd reason, I don't think I have my sickle on my belt anywhere. Do I? Is that a sickle? Nope. Okay. Do I have a sickle in here? I do have a sickle in here. I think I need another slot on my tool belt. I think that's what the problem is. I'm just going to put it here. Okay. Let's get to these hops before they go out of season and I forget. Okay, so I have a hotkey for harvest. And I'm curious to know how this is going to go. Rest of Money Heist came out. Good luck with the stream. Money Heist? I don't even know what that is. So it does look like I get 4 per. Look at that. Now that my skill is 80. I don't know of the marvel that is Money Heist on Netflix. I kind of lost interest in Marvel after the sequel to Iron Man. And I think since the Iron Man 2 came out, actually that's not true. I did go to see Iron Man 3 in theaters and was so disappointed with it. Like, just so disappointed with it. Oh, it's not Marvel. What are we talking about? Marvelous? No, I don't know what Marvelous is. You don't know of the Marvel that is Money Heist on Netflix. Oh, the Marvel. I see. The Marvelous, I see. No, I actually don't know. So it's not Marvel. Money Heist. Don't know what that is. You're making me curious, though. It's a Spanish heist crime drama television series created by Alex Pina. The series traces two long prepared heists led by Professor one in the Royal Mint of Spain and one in the Bank of Spain, told from the perspective of one of the robbers, Tokyo. Okay. Oh, I see. It's the red jumpsuits with the non-masks. Okay. With like the mustachio masks. Okay. Interesting. I might have to check it out. I do kind of like the heist kind of shows. And I am coming to the end of a show that I'm watching. I'm not sure how much I'd recommend this show, but it's sort of one of those situations where you get hooked in and you're kind of committed, but then kind of at the same time you're hoping that it ends soon. It's entertaining, the show I'm watching. It's called Blind Spot. Again, it's not deep. It's more like just mind candy, I suppose. Okay, but if you think I'll love it, I'll totally check it out. I need a new show soon. Okay, and while I'm at it, I think I'll pray. Do a little pray on Xander. I think this is the... Oh, I might have already gotten all of his praise. Oh well, I'll find out in a second. One thing I didn't think about was that I need bag space. Let me see. Do I have a satchel here? Yeah, I do have a satchel here. Let's put the satchel in the cooking. Yeah, I don't think he did all of his praise today. Okay. This is actually feeling good now that I got to 80 gardening and I'm getting 4 hops per trellis. That feels like a huge milestone. I think the last time that I was able to get the hops, I only got 2 per trellis. So I'm gonna get like double the amount. Not to mention, they're at 80 quality now. So that just feels good. Like, it's one of this is where this game shines. Like, this game shines simply because the progression makes it feel so good. You know, as things progress and things get better, the payoff is there. Just get this. right? Like the amount of effort to make all these trellises was like pretty large. I think making all these trellises, just the process of making these ones, took me from 0 gardening to 50. Just, I made them and I imped them to what, 38. And just in that process, I got to 50 gardening. And from there, I picked all of those planters to get to 81. Yeah, as you gain skills, things are better than the prior time. Exactly. And amen to that, Casper says. Essentially, the heist is led by... Okay, so this is back to the money heist. Person, but not directly involved in the action, who's essentially a genius who planned out every possibility and counted for it, and it's just so convoluted and incredible. Like, legit went to rob the Rome into Spain, yeah. So, okay, that sounds like a fun... I like those kind of, like, shows where it's... The heist kind of shows where they do all the crazy planning. It was nice being able to imp to 96. I just never thought I would have been able to. Totally. Yeah. And it just really, it feels great when things are just coming to fruition and everything seems to be progressing. I still have that one. I might harvest this tonight. There's 2 or 3 still not quite there yet. You returned to Wurm 6 weeks ago with 76 blacksmithing. And now you're imping to 95, 96. That is awesome. Yeah, there's nothing... I can't imagine another game comparing to this one in that way. Like in the way of feeling that progression. Okay, you'll stop selling it then? I'm sure you'll watch it at this point. Yeah, I totally will. Okay, you have fun and enjoy the season finale. Now that I know that the season finale is out. I don't like starting a show if I know that I'm going to get to the end. No, I mean, if I'm not, sorry. I don't like starting a show if I know that it hasn't come to an end yet, at least of a season. I want to be able to watch it at my own pace and not have to wait for the next episode to come out. It's a show finale even. Oh, okay. So it's like really over. Whoops. I think I thought I saw that it has a bunch of seasons. Yeah, so like it has 2 seasons. That's an interesting time gap there. Season 1, part 1 and 2 is 2017. It looks like more like a miniseries, right? Okay, Netflix acquired it. It had some original episodes and then Netflix bought it to continue it. Netflix is such a brilliant organization. Like, it's so great when like a great show that for one reason or another on regular television doesn't do well, but it's a great show. Netflix seems to have this ability to grab those shows and just reignite them. I wish there was a Netflix back when Firefly was out. You know? You know what I mean? Like if Netflix was around when Firefly got canceled, that would have been like right up Netflix's alley. All right, Not So Dirt. You as well have a wonderful weekend. Anybody else a Firefly fan? Okay, so it was originally on Spanish national TV, and then it got canned, and Netflix took it over for part 3, which was going to be the end of it. But it got such good global love for the show that they came up with another heist for the last 2 seasons. Yeah. And very much so, Uthgard. Yeah. And your wife was a fan before you even knew a Firefly. If only Netflix was around during that time, and that would have been the perfect show for them to reacquire and just keep going. It's very unfortunate what happened to that show. I mean, the movie was okay. left you wanting more, I think, is really what it was. Dang it. Just earlier before the stream, I saw there was a mission for these shiny shards. So when I saw this shiny shard, I'm like, yes, I can get some more sleep bonus. And then I looked and somebody had completed it between then and now. Unfortunately. Oh well, I missed out. Oh crap, how badly does Firefly drop off? I feel like it's something I've seen bits of and wouldn't mind watching, but I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. I mean, the only disappointment is that it ends too early. That's the only disappointment. You're left wanting more. I mean, I think that show was a victim of ignorance to the way internet worked. It was like the big corporations were looking at the TV ratings of the show and were like, what? Like the TV ratings weren't great. But the reality is the majority of the fan base of Firefly were like, you know, the types who would more than likely not be watching it on cable television, but rather be watching it through other means, if you get my drift. And so back then, there wasn't really a way of measuring the degree of popularity of a show, because if somebody was watching Firefly, let's say, not on cable television, then these corporations had no way to know that those people were watching it. And so on paper, it seemed like the show was getting terrible ratings and that nobody was watching it, nobody liked it. When in actual reality, there was a huge fan base. And people were anticipating the next one and so on. So it got canned after one season. Like one season and it was gone. And when it got canceled, there was a huge uproar. The entire fan base came out and was just like, what? Why? No. And then the people who owned it, the show, were like, oh, well, okay, I guess people actually did like it, so they ended up making a movie. Which was good. It was a good movie. Again, it just made you want more seasons of it, though. And that was the end of it. It was just the one season and a movie. But for what it was great. Yeah, the movie was supposed to be a closeout to the series. I know, exactly. So it was like, because the season didn't really end with an ending, like they were writing it as though it was going to have another season, essentially. So the season finale didn't conclude anything. So the movie was supposed to be the thing that ended it all. But honestly, I think that was the wrong move. They should have kept it going. Comics came out of it and still people wanted more. I know. People wanted more. But it was too late. It was too late by that point. Like, you know, actor contracts and everything like that. It was too late. It was sad. Yeah. Look, this is actually giving me gardening skill too. Whoa, this is giving me good gardening skill. What? I'm turning on my sleep bonus for this last little bit. Gosh, I missed out on all that gardening skill. Wait a minute. Let me just double check that. Did me turning sleep bonus on not give me more skill? Hold on, that doesn't make sense. Maybe I shouldn't have my sleep bonus on for this. I'm not getting as much as I thought I was. But these ticks are big. Not really. Okay, cats. I know it's super late for you. So you have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow probably. Have I seen Resident Alien? No. What is Resident Alien? Okay, there's a 0.0025. Okay, it's actually coming in a lot slower than I had thought. I don't know. Some of these are coming in relatively frequently. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it going. Yeah, the cute bots are back. I know. It's creepy watching the hops sway through your eyes when the green screen is just right. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure how to fix that. I spent a lot. You know what? Let's see if I can do just a quick adjustment here. Let's see what happens. Just gonna hold on. Here's a good test. We'll bring up this. Just looking at the glare in the glasses, whether the green screen goes off. So if I can kind of see it, okay. There we go. I think I cleared it away. Okay, so the gardening ticks are decent. They're not as quick as when you are picking the herbs, right? So I might just not. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Have I seen the Resident Alien? The actor that played the pilot playing the alien in it. Second season comes out soon. I should check it out. Not bad. Okay. Is that also on Netflix? I had to buy viewers to blacklist since the big falls had been seeded out. Not sure what you mean by the big fall has been seeded out, but... Oh, the Firefly pilot. The actor that played the pilot is playing the alien in it. I'm trying to think. The pilot of Firefly. I feel like the... Oh, okay. He played the pilot in Firefly, not... He was in the pilot of the show. Okay, I see. Trying to remember. The guy who played the pilot, was he the redhead? Let me just look at the cast of Firefly. Let me look at on IMDb so I can get the cast. Where's the cast? This guy. This guy? Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I mean, the actors in this show were just great. Yeah. I mean, he was quite famous from before, and so was, I mean, this guy went on to play Castle. He also was in a Star Trek episode. Caught him in one of the Star Trek episodes. Yeah, the one who was the husband for the black girl. Yeah, Firefly. Yeah. Okay, so Resident Alien. I'll have to check it out. Okay, so all the hops is done. Now I have to get back to the kiln. Let's just see how my hops are doing in here. Okay, so these hops are lower quality, so I can just pass them over to the lower quality bin before I put the new hops in here. Okay. Let's see what I ended up getting. 150 hops, which is a good amount of hops. I think it doesn't really take all that much hops to make a whole barrel of beer. So 150 is a good number. All right, let's keep going with these roasting dishes. We're almost done with them, I'd say. How many are in here? How many do we got so far? So nearly 200 roasting dishes. And what did I say? We needed 280. Okay, so we're getting close. Okay, let's take a look. Oh yes, there he is. Resident Alien. All right. And it's on sci-fi. All right, well, I'll keep that tab open there, and I'll go check it out. Now I can binge watch it. Prepare for season 2. Yeah. But not on Netflix, it doesn't sound like. It's on sci-fi. So I think that means I'm gonna have to find some other way to watch it. Yeah. So I have been without cable television for, I want to say 15 years. Like, the last time I had cable television was before they had those boxes. Same, you don't miss the commercials at all. Yeah. F movies. Yeah, like, so I never ever had one of those Rogers boxes, or like I guess that's a Canadian thing, but ever like have any of those boxes, those cable boxes, you know, where you can bring up like the menu that shows you what's happening on every channel. No, I never had that. The last time I had cable was back when all that you had was flipping through the channels. That was it. You can just scroll up in the channels, you can scroll down in the channels, but you couldn't see what was on each channel, and you didn't have these crazy menus or anything like that. I've been mostly watching Netflix. That's where I get most of my shows, and any show that's not on Netflix, I also subscribe to other places, like I have Amazon Movies. What do they call it? Yeah, Amazon Prime, so like their Prime Movies or whatever. Yeah, no guide button. Yeah, I know. AOL dial noises. Yeah. I also subscribe to Disney Plus, mostly to watch The Mandalorian. But the kids watch a bunch of stuff on there. And if what I want to watch is not on any of those things, then I find a way to find those things. One way or another. What I don't agree with is paying $100 a month for cable TV. I just can't bring myself to paying $100 a month for cable TV with all the commercials and not getting to watch what you want when you want to watch it. Like, I remember before we made the decision to stop cable, I went through several months of just being so upset at cable. Like, I remember several times where I would spend a whole half an hour, like a whole show cycle, the entire time I'm just flipping. might stop for 30 seconds on one thing and then keep flipping. And I'm just sitting there like doing that for a whole half hour before I realize like, oh my God, a whole half hour has gone by and I've been doing nothing but pressing a button this entire time. You mean you don't want to pay a dozen Netflix subscriptions to get channels you don't care about? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like when you spend all your time just flipping from channel to channel, hoping that something you might want to watch is coming on. Like, I don't want to pay for that. It's definitely not what I want to pay for. And then at that time, all these boxes were coming out and you had to pay more for those boxes to rent those boxes or whatever. Like, couldn't even understand what was going on. You get access to 2,000 channels and you can only watch things when we say you can. Exactly. Yeah, you just got Amazon Prime, mostly watch Twitch anyways. Yeah. When you add all the subscriptions up, are you really saving all that much? 100%. Like 100%. When you add up all my subscriptions, it's like $25. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's like 25 bucks. And I get to watch what I want when I want to watch it with no commercials, and I can binge it all. That's worth 25 bucks a month. Instead of on-demand content, just live record what we decide. Exactly. Like, and I had a lot of friends who did the whole live recording things. They'd be like, okay, I got to get home so I can set my PVR so that it's recording the thing that I want to record. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, they were all crazy about being on this schedule that I just wanted nothing. No part of being on a schedule. I did not want to schedule my life around the shows that I wanted to watch. I wanted to be able to just sit down whenever I wanted to sit down and watch whatever episode, whatever I wanted, without having to spend the time to PVR it or to program something that's going to do something, set the timer on the PVR and the VCR. Exactly. It was such a relief to get rid of cable for me. I was so relieved, and I haven't missed it. Actually, there have been times I missed it. The one thing that I wish that was a little bit more affordable is sports. Watching sports. Yeah, you had like 5 terabytes of drives that you'd fill up at a LAN every 6 months. Yeah. So the one thing I do miss is sports. And I've looked into several times paying for a subscription to watch, let's say, hockey. Like the Leafs. I'm a big fan of Leafs. You can see my shirt. And I do miss watching Leaf games. I get to watch one here and there, but it's not like I can watch whenever I want to, obviously because it's live. And then there are options to subscribe to things that allow you to watch some of the Leaf games. Like, this is the problem. Like, there's no service that allows you to pay a monthly fee that gives you access to all the Leaf games, let's say, for example. In order to watch all the Leafs games, there's like competing companies that have rights to certain games. So like, I would have to pay a subscription to Rogers On Demand. I'd have to pay a subscription to Leafs TV and another subscription to something else. Like, there'd be 3 different things to catch all the games. And if you only pay for one of the subscriptions, you'll only get a third of the game, sort of thing, right? Like, and altogether, it'll be like $80 a month just to get all the games. And it's like, that just doesn't seem reasonable to me. YouTube TV is kind of cool, but expensive. I haven't totally looked into YouTube TV. The best luck you've had is through betting websites. If they had sports betting, they usually have a live stream. Okay. And I have looked at these like sites that are less than legitimate, I'd say. And that's not necessarily beneath you. What? The fire's not lit. Okay. I do feel like I fueled it with a full fuel. But okay. Let's try that again. Kindling. Do I have birchwood here? No, I do not. Okay, let's put 30 kilograms of fuel in it again. I don't think I was that long getting the hops. Burn that. All right. It's funny how behind the times sports channels are. They're slowly getting to the point of web service. Yeah. I have noticed over the past couple years, maybe 3 years or so, like some web services are coming like that you can actually, like, I'm willing to pay for what I think is the value. Like there's, you know, like if it's going to give me value, I'm willing to pay it. What I'm not willing to pay for is $100 a month for cable because the value to me is just not there. But I'll pay for a Netflix subscription, you know, like the Amazon Prime is definitely worth the value. If there was something where if I paid $20 a month and I can watch all the Leafs games, let's say, or I can watch all the, if $20 a month would be reasonable in my mind for just one sports team being able to watch all of their games, which is still like a lot of money for one, like that's more than Netflix and you're only getting one sport team, but I'd be willing to pay that much money. And yet there isn't such a service. It just seems like to watch all the games, you have to pay somewhere in the vicinity of $100 to get the web services for all the games. And it's just, that to me is just not worth the value. And so I'm just not gonna do it. But as I think they're kind of catching on and things are getting better. So I'll have to keep looking to see if they've figured that part out. Yeah, live on demand sports Netflix would make a killing. I know, they totally would. Like people would be totally willing to pay money if it was a live on demand sports sort of like all in one kind of thing where you can watch whatever game you wanted that was live or, you know, yesterday's game. If I want to watch yesterday's game or watch it an hour later. Yeah, but all the cable channels have it locked up exactly. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, if one of these channels, one of these corporations were to get on the ball there, and they could make a killing. People are willing to pay this money. They just need to figure out the service and get it working properly. $1 billion idea. Got to make it yourself if they don't get to it. The problem is the rights are all taken up. You can't just make it. Some company can't just come along and make a sports sort of live stream thing. Legally, anyway. That's where my costs add up. $80 a month for internet, $60 for YouTube TV, plus Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max. I'm not saving a bunch. I know, but you're getting the value that you want out of it. Right? It's like if you get rid of all those and replace it with just regular cable, you'd probably be way disappointed with the service that you're getting there. Like what that's telling me is that you're willing to pay money for good services. So as long as those companies are giving a good service, you're willing to pay the money. It just seems to me that the cable companies are not providing, they're not keeping up, you know, they're not keeping up with the times. The value just doesn't seem to be there anymore. Whereas services like Netflix or Hulu or HBO Max, they are offering something that is something that people are willing to pay for. I think it was last year, I was really close to paying a good chunk of money to get some of the Leaf games. And it wasn't all of them, it was some of them. And I was debating, like I think it was like a birthday gift, like do I buy this for myself for my birthday or whatever? I ended up not, but I was seriously debating it. It was a lot of money. But I just felt like the value just was slightly not just not there yet. Okay. Where am I going to put these dishes here? Oh no, that already has a pile of stuff. Let's put it over here. Okay, so these ones have 100 in them. Let's close that one. Can't remember what I said. 280, I think. So we're getting close. What is it? 6 more? Oh, I already got. Okay, so that's 2 more. 1 more. Last one. Good. Okay, that's 280 roasting dishes once these ones are done. So let's start carting them over. Not sure. Is it worth it to just do this? What's in here? What's in here? Come here. Give me the raft. How else am I going to carry 280 roasting dishes? What's happening? Is it what is it saying here? Wah! Is it saying it can't fit? Okay. I was just dragging it into the roasting dish is what the problem was. Okay. I'll come back for the last 22 in a second. The other thing I need to do is make room for them because all of my forges are filled with... Let's see, that one has the 70. Then I have cauldrons. This is my cooking one. Then I have pottery bowls. I didn't think this through. Okay, so... How many pottery bowls in here? Okay, this is good. So I can put these pottery bowls in here. Put these roasting dishes in here. Good. Okay, so that's 2. That's 3. Let's see if these fit here. Rest in here. The rest in here. And then these pottery bowls can go here. Okay, or not. 32 and 70. Okay, so that's 4 ovens. Okay. And is this the 5th one? Right. Okay, and then the last bit. Okay, there we go. We're on our way. Let's see how these are doing. 8. Okay, so we just gotta wait a little bit. And next, we're gonna be doing some pan filling. Oh, that reminds me. No, I'm losing my coffee again. Ugh. How is it that 21 minutes goes by that fast? 22 minutes. It's like it just goes by in a blink of an eye. Yeah. I know. Need a timer to get your fix. I mean, should I set a timer? Like, is that what it needs? Honestly, it would be nice. I'll set a timer for 20 minutes. Okay, I'll make sure that's gonna make a sound. Okay, but honestly, I feel like it needs to not be this way. There needs to be like this. I can't wait for this fix. Whatever the fix is that they're gonna do to make it better, it can't come soon enough. I'm telling you. Cannot come soon enough. I feel like this area is like a little bit cluttered, eh? And is there any way to get rid of small carts? Besides just dragging them off deed and letting them decay, you know? Is there a way of destroying them? Anybody know of a way where I can just like maybe bash it with something and it destroys it completely? Lava tiles. Ugh. I don't have access to lava tiles, unfortunately. Alright, so in this last one, roasting dish, whoops. That's 70. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one, 5. Nice. Okay, so that's 350 roasting dishes. Now, before I go and fill these all, I'm going to have to take a really quick break. Let's go to the bathroom. I think I'm going to grab another beer, and I will be right back. So just give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Worst part is you set things off deed to decay away, and the do-gooders go past and repair them. I know. It's like you got to put them in the water or something. Hide them. All right. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see how this is going to go. So I got a bunch of coffee in here. I got a lot more coming. So let me think. What's the best way of doing this? How many coffee beans fit into a pottery bowl? If 100, then that would be great. Actually, I should pick the seeds. Oops. Yes. Awesome. Great. Okay, so let's grab. Let me think here. I don't need this many actually. I just need 30. So it's 350. So I'll need four pottery bowls. So I want to just have as enough that I can do this all in one shot, like one full fill. Okay, and that's 42. So I just need 8 more. Okay. And before I forget, I'm going to take another drink. Because by the time I light all the forges, I want this to be as high as possible. Here's the problem, is that this timer doesn't make sense to have going when I'm trying to get my skill up, or when I'm trying to get this coffee thing up. It doesn't make sense. So maybe I'll set this to 6 minutes. That'll remind me that I need to take a sip in about 6 minutes. There we go. Maybe guilty of doing some of that. 57.191 prepare now. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Let's fill all these up. Okay, we'll test my pan filling capability. Actually, just before I do that, I'm going to open up my beer. I grabbed a bone shaker. If you've been with me on one of these Friday night streams, you'll know that bone shaker is one of my staples. Just such a solid, great beer. Okay, I'm going to move this over, and I'm going to move this a little bit. The position of these windows makes such a big difference to this process. Like, warm up my hands. Okay, here we go. Ready for this? I'm going to get all these coffee beans into these roasting dishes. Here we go. Oh, wait. What the? There's a coffee bean in here? Okay. Okay. Collapse all. Okay. Here we go. Oh, it didn't collapse. What is going on here? Okay, so I'm finding another coffee bean here. This was from before. I must have forgot to remove. And if I want to, I want to collapse all. There we go. And none of these should open when I do this. Okay. None of these should open when I do this. Why is it opening? Okay. I'm going to go a little bit slower. And if I see one open, I'm going to close it right away. There it is. This one is, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to close this and reopen it. That should fix the problem, right? Okay, here we go. Now I can pick up some speed. And for those of you who are interested in hand filling, it is a great way to get skill. It is also a great way to make money. There are people who will pay you if you can do this. And they will pay you a lot of money just to do this. And they'll have all the ingredients ready to go. They'll have all the forges and all the containers all ready to go. All you need to do is come in, put the ingredients into the pan. And that is what we call pan filling. And it takes a certain kind of wrist, I think. Pan filling really should have a game mechanic for mass filling. Stop some people losing their wrists. It is true. I would be sad if, let's say, they changed it so that I click one button and all of the pans get filled, and then that results in me getting a lot less skill than I would have, compared to if I went through this trouble of learning how to put a bunch of stuff into pans really quickly. I think that this is I don't know. There's something about pan filling. It's kind of special thing in Wurm that you would never see in any other game. It does seem a little bit crazy, a little bit monotonous, a little bit carpal tunnel syndrome inducing. But at the same time, the payoff is like huge. There is quite an incentive to do pan filling. So maybe it's that there might be something done to de-incentivize pan filling, but I think that if it gets replaced by something that provides less payout, it'll only cause a sour taste in people's mouths. And like that window of opportunity thing. Drag and drop over a stack fills an amount based on your skill, gives a timer to do that, makes it slower than manually. True, if the auto way is slower, no need to change the payout. Something would change about it though, you know? There would feel like a loss of something. I'm not sure what it is, but something would feel lost. And it might be just it feels like something that I can do that not many other people are willing to do or can do. And that's what makes it valuable, right? That's what makes it so that people are going to pay so that they can get others to do this because they don't want to do it or they don't know how or they can't. I guess the problem I think ends up being the wrist thing, right? Like it could be because it's going to cause an injury to someone's wrist. So that's the part that I would agree that there's something off about it. Was that the second last one? I spent a lot of time pan filling on my priest starting in the first year of me playing this game. I pan filled a lot. We used to have competitions to see who can pan fill 1,000 the fastest. Whoops. Just want to increase this a little bit more. All right, so this is the last little bit here. Did we get them all? No. Kind of felt like I grabbed just the right number of beans. So to get these in here. Making mistakes right at the end. Okay, so I got 4 more, 3 more, 2 more, 1 more, 0. And did my alarm go off without ringing? Goodness. How do I make this thing ring at me? I see. Okay, all filled. What's my bonus at? 37. All right, let's do this. Masses of people mourning the loss of tedium. Turn it into a minigame. While the timer is up, pop up something for click the correct squares at the right time. I mean, I almost look at it kind of like it's a minigame as it is. You know? Oh, I need kindling. Okay, so I have 5 or okay, whatever. And then it's this one and then the left 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the middle 2 that aren't. All right, and let's see how the beverage skill goes for all these. Because from my little tests that I did up to this point, This is like really good skill for beverages. Like crazy good skill. Now I haven't done the pan filling thing yet with this. I took those 70 and I just like, I lit the forge and I just popped in, and then I removed beans as they were turning into coffee beans, you know, like into these coffee beans, and then I just kept replacing like this. And I think I did maybe 200 beans, and it gave me half a, like 0.5 beverage or something like that. 200 beans gave me 0.5 beverage. That's a lot. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for the moment I see the skills start coming in. Don't forget my coffee. Yeah, there we go. Look at those ticks, though. Yeah, the coffee is not quite ready to be drank. My water bar is too full. I have a timer over here that should beep at me. 0.01 per bean. 0.01 per bean. What? Boy. That is a lot of mind logic too. What's the mind logic ticks here? It's going too fast. Mind logic. Nope, mind logic went away before I could read it. 0.001. Yeah, that's pretty decent. That is pretty decent. Look, I've already gotten almost 1 full point. There's 1 full point in beverages. Now, granted, it was already at 0.1 before because of the alcohol brewing, but there's the point. So just from these beans alone, I've already gotten over 1 full point in beverages. You can't beat this kind of skill game, honestly. Cannot beat it. And you know that there's people out there with a setup that's like 10 times this setup, you know? I think Sinsen was telling me that he had 11,000 coffee beans just sitting in a BSB at 100 quality. 11,100 quality coffee beans just ready to be turned into coffee. And he was like, I'm at 98 beverages, so he's waiting till he gets to 99 beverages before he starts making the coffee. So that was like 1.5 skill in beverages right there. Boy. That's a lot of skill. So anybody interested in getting their beverages up, all you need to do is get your gardening up, like I showed you before. Garden a whole bunch of coffee beans, and then do this with them. Okay. We're getting to the tail end of this. I'm gonna just... Oh, there's my... Drink coffee now. Okay, good. All right. So let's see what we got here. I'm sure there's a few. I always have the analogy of this last little bit. The analogy is the You know, like when you're making popcorn. It's always those last couple kernels, you know? Okay, I'm gonna do this from the bottom. I think from the bottom is faster. Okay, maybe not. Already messed up. Why not from the bottom? Yeah, no. Okay, see how it's like popping down? But if I go from the top, it's popping up. Like, why? What am I doing wrong here? I want to go like this so that it's not. I want it to be like this. So a bunch of them aren't moving. Okay, see how this one didn't quite get gone? Whoops. I grabbed the whole... You know what I'm going to do instead? I'll do this on the next one. Instead of grabbing them like this, because this is clearly causing me grief, I keep pulling out roasting dishes. What did I do there? Oh, I grabbed some coffee bean and put them into the other one. Okay. Okay, on the next one, I'm going to do something slightly different. Let's put these roasting dishes back. And there was one in here that didn't quite go, and it might not actually end up going. Okay, so let's do this one slightly differently. Okay, so I'm going to hold Control and just highlight each one. The emptying is always the worst part, honestly. It's like the skill had already came in. I'm gonna get no more skill from this, and yet I have to still do this clicking stuff. Just so that I can do the next round. Go, and I'm just gonna pull these over like that. That went a lot better. Okay, and I'll just leave that one in there. A few more. Oh, making so many mistakes. Okay, here we go. Let's get on it. Let's just get them perfect. One after the other. I discovered I do that sometimes. It was on a previous stream I made the discovery of what actually happens when that happens. I accidentally click and drag all of the beans into one of them. Before I understood what was happening there, I got so freaked out that I thought I lost a whole bunch. But it turns out it's just dragging a whole bunch into one. Ooh, I got a rare one. Let's grab that one after. Ah. Did it again. Okay, and this one can go into my bags. And if I'm not mistaken, there's only one more. And when I was doing this with tea a while back, I had timed myself for a full cycle. Like, how long does it take to do a full load and a full empty from beginning to end? So I think I kind of want to do a timed. There you go, every single one there. Oh, drink coffee. Okay, all right. Yep, that one roasted. I'm just gonna go through them all again just to see if the last one's roasted. Yes. Okay, so they all end up roasting, it seems. Okay, good. Good. Do it from the bottom, but scroll fully up. Yeah, I have to scroll fully up and do it from the bottom, yeah. Yeah, but the problem is the in-game timers, I always miss, like they'll end. The in-game timer will finish and I won't notice that it finished. Like I need a sound or else I completely miss it. All right. So I just took a sip of coffee. I'm at 57. We'll do another round, but this time I want to time it. Do I have enough? Yeah, I have enough kindling for another round. So I'm just gonna snuff all these. All right. Let's grab another 350. I wonder if there's a keybind for pick seeds. Let's see. What can I use? What button don't I use? This one? This one? Nope. Doesn't seem like there's a keybind for pick seeds. $36. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take more than I need. That actually will help with the loading. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. Okay. So how do I do this? I already have the timer going here. All right. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna. Get the timer up here. All right. That's good enough. Okay, we'll put that up here. We don't need to see the top corner. All right. And okay, I'm all set up. We are going to do a timed load. This is going to be a full load and unload. And we'll see how long this takes. There's literally custom timers in the game. Yeah, but they don't do stopwatches. Can I make it count up? I don't think I can make it count up, can I? There's no, like, there's nothing that will do this. Will there? You think it can? Nope, whoops. Move. Left click on it. Left click on it. But if I left click on it, it just starts counting down. Yeah, I don't think it'll, Oh, and I can't edit it either. Restart, pause, reset counter, remove. But if it's set to 0, I don't... Okay, remove. If I add a timer... Yeah, I think it's only countdown, this one. Yeah. I want something that's gonna count up. Okay. So here we go. Let's see how long does it take me to load all these, light the stills, get all the skill, empty all of them, and then I'll stop the timer and we'll see what one full load takes. This is gonna help me like in the future, like for the future, where when this bin has more coffee in it than I will ever be able to use. Oh, drink coffee. And this one's going. Here, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious. Let's add a timer and let's just do a test. And let's make it 5 seconds, okay? What happens when it ends? Does it give a little beep? Right, like, how am I supposed to notice that it ended if I'm not looking right at it? Whoops. What? No, I want it to... I thought it had some kind of something, like a I thought it had a flash. I thought there was an added flash. Hide timers, add timer, lock window. That's all the options I have. And then for test, I can restart, pause, reset. What's the difference between reset and restart? Okay, the difference is that reset does nothing. Or maybe it does it if it's in the middle. Let's say if I reset... No. Reset does nothing. Why? The counter keeps track of how many times it's been... Oh! The counter. Oh. Okay. Okay, got it. Yeah, but it doesn't give any, like if I'm not looking at it, right, I'm looking at something else, there's nothing that's going to tell me that it's done. I have to be looking right at it. Okay, so let's get rid of that one. I think I have a memory of them adding something. Maybe it was you who added it. That added a flash, like it sort of like flashed when it finished. But I don't think there ever was a sound. And I think there should be a sound added to that. Okay, I think I'm ready. Let's start this. Already, on the first one, I messed it up. Okay, here we go. Missed one. Ah! Almost dropped it into the wrong one. Okay, just double checking any of them that I missed. There we go. I saw what happened there. I accidentally grabbed. I put one in, and then I went back and grabbed one. But because of lag, I had grabbed the same one that was about to get put into the previous sort of pan. So it took that one out of the first pan I put it into and put it into the second pan I went into. That seems to be a common thing that happens when you're pan filling. Okay, let's double check. Good. All right. Here we go. Groove. No. I can't say anything. If I say something, I mess it up. This one and this one. I think if I put two in one, it's not going to work. I think next time around, I'm going to need to move the windows over a little bit. I'll move this one over a little bit. Okay, I got two more to go. Okay, I can wait on that. Miss. All right, deep breaths. If I take deep and slow breaths, I can keep my concentration. Okay, one last one. Let's put all these up here. Let's put all these up here. I mean, mistakes gotta count in like a regular run. There's never a run that you can't make a mistake. Like putting in 350 of these, you're bound to make one mistake or two. And I like to factor in the mistakes into my average run time, so that way when I'm like calculating like how long is it actually going to take me. I mean, technically, I should also factor in like the prep time. Oh, I don't want a pottery bowl going in there. Okay, did I get them all? one up here. Ooh. Okay. Let us... Let's take 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're at 6 minutes. 6 minutes-ish to fill 5 forges. It's not at all bad. And I'm also going to take a drink of coffee. Oh, I have to wait till I'm finished lighting all the ovens. Whew. Okay, I think after this round, what we'll do is we'll just take the beans that we made and we'll turn it into kavesi. Okay, I got the power up to 77, which is pretty good. Whole lot of work, yeah. It is a whole lot of work. But I must say, if you compare this to, let's say, imping something. Let's say a skill like blacksmithing or fine carpentry or something like this. The amount of time invested is far less for this skill compared to those. And now that coffee's a thing, I think the payout is there. Because if I can make 80 quality coffee, well, that'll last a little bit longer than my 75 quality coffee. And I think that's all. So was the gnar that you're working. I know. Exactly. Absolutely. A lot of things in this game are like that. Wow, some of these beverage ticks. 0.0125. Okay, that's because I have more power on coffee this time around. Probably. I was at about 1.6 before. So here's all the ticks coming in. Right? Like, there's not many skills in this game where you put in the work and these are the gains you're getting. And my timer's at 8 minutes, 9 minutes. For 9 minutes of work. Right? And I will have to unload them, so let's see how much the total amount of work is. Sometime soon, I'm going to have to do the same for hot food cooking. And I'm also curious to know what my mind logic is doing over here. Look at that. A whole quarter point in mind logic tonight. That's like awesome. I am going to be at 50 in no time. Come on, let's get to 80. Come on, we're like like 1 away. 0.14, 0.13, 0.12. Okay, 0.1, 0.9. Look at that. We're gonna get to 80, guys. We're almost there. Okay, now the popcorn, the ending kernels. Let's see if those ending kernels can get us there to 80. Come on. Where are you? We just need like, okay, 2 more now. 1 more. Yes! 80 beverages. There we go. Well, there's the timer. How long did what take? Thanks, Velvet. How long did like 80 beverages from the beginning to the end take? Or how long did it take just for this to get to 80? Good question. I started in the summer doing tea pan filling. And then I stopped the tea pan filling at around 50 or 55 or something like that. And then since then, all I've been doing is just getting the passive beverages from the stills, which is slow and long. But I've been doing it since the summer, and so it slowly had gotten me into the 70s. And then when the coffee came out, I was just playing around with coffee for a little bit, and I went from 70 to 75 real quick with coffee. And as you can see, I went from 75 to 80 even quicker. All right, let's try to empty these. And overall, I'm going to predict this is going to take hopefully under 20 minutes. That's what my guess is. There's another rare one. What's happening here? Why is there an empty one there? Okay, that's one. Yeah, pressing is definitely something that will take forever. So I recommend, if you're interested in getting your beverages up, I honestly don't know what this kind of like doing what I'm doing now, if that is the thing to do at the beginning. I would do a bit of testing just to see if roasting coffee in the roasting dish is actually okay for low skill, but I have a kind of a feeling that it's more for higher skill, if I had to guess. But at low skill, what works nicely is tea. Making herbal tea. I'll have to talk to Sinsen, because he had 1 beverages when coffee came out, and he now has 98 beverages. So he did the whole thing. I'm curious to know what he did to begin with. Yeah, it is crazy. He is a skilling machine, that man. And what I find most impressive is that he started after the Steam launch. Not even like at the beginning of the Steam launch. He started like in November after the Steam launch. And his skills are off the charts already. I think on Nyarja, he's like number 3 in top skills on NFI of the people who uploaded their skills to Niarja. Which, by the way, is crazy, because if you look at the company that he's in, the others who are up there in the top, 10, these people have like extreme skills, like just extreme. Okay. Was there one more? Yeah, one more. We could take a look at Niarja as well, because I kind of feel like a lot of players don't really know what Niarja is or how it works. But Niarja is like, well, it's a whole bunch of different things. But one of the things it does is it allows you to upload your skills, like your skill dump, your skill dumps. And then it'll like display your skills over time, so you can kind of see the progress over time of how your skills have been changing. Let's start that up. Okay. So I'll show the process of it. Of using Niarja. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Oh, it's 18. Okay, stop. Okay, let's bring it back. So about 18 minutes, I'd say. I let it go without realizing it. Hey, Du Jensen. It must be the middle of the night for you, Du Jensen. Or is it early morning? Good morning. So we just finished doing 2 rounds of pan filling of coffee. And that had given us well over 3 points. The total number of beans I just roasted was 700. 700 beans gave me well over 3 points of skill. And that pushed me to 80. Okay, so that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, and what we're going to do in a bit is we're going to take those beans, those coffee beans. I now have 797 in here. And we're going to turn that all into kavesi. Then I'm going to have so much kavesi that I can give everybody some coffee. Everybody gets some coffee. Okay, so, but before we do that, I want to show Niarja. Let's do that. Okay, so let's bring this over here. I'm going to get rid of this. And let's just bring it up right here. Yeah, 4:40 a.m., very early morning. All right, so Niarja. This is a really useful website if you haven't seen it. One thing it does is it keeps track of all the uniques that are being slain. It also keeps track of the global spellcasts when they were done last. So we're talking about the Rite of Spring, Holy Crop, and Ritual of the Sun. So you can see on like the news servers, you can see Rite of the Spring, which is what I'm focused mostly on. It would be really nice if we can get a Rite of the Spring going somewhere on the new servers. Melody, the last time it was cast was 161 days ago, That's a long time. Stand down in line outside Griffith's house. Well, we'll see how many barrels I get. And I can probably spare some, for sure. We'll get there in a second. Okay, so it tells you, like, it pulls data from the threads, from the Twitter feeds about new settlements. There's just like a ton of data here, okay? And another piece of it, thing that I use Niarja for is the riffs. So it can tell me when the next riff is going to happen on my servers. So like Melody, Celebration, and Harmony just finished a round of riffs, and I can tell based on this that the next open time for Melody, let's say, is in the evening on the 9th of December. Cadence is going to open at just after 3 on the 9th of December. Let's just check the calendar. That's a Thursday. Eesh. That's going to be rough. Thursday, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make that one. Then Celebration has theirs on the next day. So that's a Friday at 7 p.m. This is sounding hopeful. I might be able to make a Friday on 7 p.m. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, you didn't know I had so many ovens. A lot to improve. Yeah, I do have like a whole oven station. And if you're ever interested in using this for pan filling for yourself, just ask and I can set it up for you so that you have access to it. Okay, so this is not only what Niarja does. What Niarja also has is this section called Skill Compare. Right, Skill Compare. Now, if I go to the Northern Freedom Isles, you can see. I'll just go to 50 entries. Now, all of these skills are based on uploads that individual players have provided. So it's like a volunteer basis. And a lot of players don't volunteer their skills for various reasons. Now, one option is that you can update your skills so you can see them. Other people can kind of see some information about your skills, but they don't need to know who it is or what exactly your skills are. So you can optionally set it to private. Here's Borska Score. Oh, excuse me. Who is Sinsen on Twitch. And so this, as I was saying just moments before, Sinsen is in Borska Score. This dude here, he started playing Wurm in November of last year. He's been playing for less than 1 year. And this is where his skills are. Now, just in contrast, so he's at 4 million STP, and I can explain what STP is in a second. Almost 5 million STP. So in contrast, where I am is right here at 1.8. So he's like well more than double the amount of skill that I've gotten, and more than double than most everybody below this line right here. So, yeah. And you can see there's some people up here that you might recognize their names. Of course, Mirwin, who frequents the stream every often, who is normally who you might know as Nin. 9.1 million. If we take, I'm just curious to know if, yeah, she uploaded her skills after getting the true 100 mining. Look at those skills. That's just insanity. Like, right? That's just insane. Okay, so let's I'm gonna show you I'm gonna upload my skills. Okay, so I'm gonna need to sign in here. sign in here. Okay. Now, because I've uploaded skills before, it has the saved data for the characters that I've uploaded before. Or if you wanted to add a new character, you click here to add a new character. So I'm going to add Griffith. Now, in order to get the most recent update, I want to include that 3 points that I just got in. I'm going to go into my console by pressing F1, and I'm going to type dump skills. And that's going to dump the skills to some place on my computer where I have saved my Wurm game. Okay, so let's, I'm going to grab that. Let me just bring it over here just so. Okay, so I'm going to find my Wurm folder. I'm going to go into my characters, my players. I'm going to get, here, maybe I'll show this part. Okay, so once I get into the Wurm folder, once I get into the Wurm folder, there's a players folder in there. And I find the player that I want. Under dumps, they'll have the skills, and you can, sort by date. This is the most recent one, the one that I just did. So I'm going to just drag those into here. So it has one file ready. I hit submit. Oops, I need to click that I want it on Northern Freedom PvE. Whoops, and now I need to drag the file again. And then submit. And it's going to take a second, and it's going to go bloop. And it'll update my skills. Looks like it's all done. And now I can go back to skill compare. And I can look to see if how much more skill I have. Did I make it to the, whoops, it to be northern. I just still didn't quite make it to 1.8. But yeah. Now, because I've done this a few times, what you could do is you can look at, let's say I look at my beverage making skill, which you can see is now at my current skill that I just got. If I click on that, if I click on it, it's supposed to show me my skill over time. Hold on, why is it not doing that? Okay, something seems a little bit busted. What am I doing here wrong? Normally, when I do this, when I click here, I see like a trend, like I'll see like a graph here that tells me over time how my skill has progressed based on my past updated skill dumps. But for some odd reason, it's showing today's date right at the beginning, and it's only showing today's upload. And I don't think it's supposed to do that. So I don't know, maybe that's just a bug right now. Anyway, that's Niarja. I encourage people to upload their skills just because I think it's fun to watch everybody's skills go up. But of course, I do understand if people don't want to see their skills on Niarja or have it public. Still kind of curious why it's not showing the dates, all the dates. Oh, I see why. I see why. I messed up. Okay, my characters, I messed up. So I gotta go. Whoops. I uploaded them to the wrong person. So it's this one. I need to delete that last one. Okay, so it looks like this is my character on the old cluster who has 3.2 million STP. So my new character is not quite up to par to my old character. Not just yet, but will be soon. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Upload my skills. It's because I chose the wrong character. Let's do this one more time. I knew something seemed off about that. Okay, we good? Let's go to skill compare. Let's look at Northern. And let's go to the top 50 because I'm somewhere in the top 50. Right, see? Griffith got added. But it meant to be this Griffith. So this Griffith, it is I did get above 1800. And I did move up a slot. So that's nice to see. And now when I click here, there we go. That's what I was expecting to see. So all of the skill updates that I've done up over time have been added and give me some data over like how quickly my skill's going up. Now my mining skill is going to be like a little bit at the beginning and just staying consistent because I haven't been touching my mining skill in a while. But my fine carpentry should look like nice improvements over time. So in my first skill dump I updated, I had what, 12, 11 fine carpentry, and that got improved over time. Let's look at beverages. Here's my beverages skill. So somebody was asking earlier, like, how long did it take to get my beverage skill up there? Well, it looks like at the end of, like, this is July 1st and this is August 1st. So somewhere in July, I started. By, what is that, 10? October 1st, my skill was in the 60s. Looks like 64.8. And then it's just been steadily going up since then. All this time here, during this period of time, I was only using the passive stills. The stills were just giving me ticks passively. And this last little bit, this little like jump at the back, at the end here, is all due to roasting coffee beans. Seems you did the opposite. You uploaded your SFI skills to your NFI player. Oops. Yep. Yep. Okay. Actually, I have to go check the stills. That I'm saying the stills. I have a feeling they might be out. No, don't be out, stills. Okay, well, if they're out, I'm gonna have to relight them. Look at that. Has it been that long? Has it been that long? Honestly. Just before we roasted coffee, I relit the stills. And they are all out already. This one here, actually, because it's rare and has high quality, it's still going. Although it doesn't even have, it has, oh, I see, it has little flames at the bottom there. Do I want to become famous? Which file am I pulling data from? Yeah, spammer. Do you mean for the skill dump? If you want to upload your skills? Yeah. So if you press F1, you open up this. What you type in dump skills. Okay, this is gonna take what your current skills are and put them into a file. Okay, when you press enter, it'll say a line like this, dump skills to, and it tells you a path. Okay, on your computer. Then you go over to your Explorer and you follow that path until you find the place. It's wherever your Wurm folder is. So I have mine just in my user on my C drive. Wherever you, oh, yours might be in a different spot depending on how you installed the game. If you installed it from Steam, it'll be in some kind of like file structure that comes from Steam or whatever. Yes, every time you... Yes, okay, so... if you're interested in having this happen automatically every time you log out of the game, I think there's an option in here somewhere. And hey Revnik. Revnik, would you happen to know where that setting is? Like, where is that setting? That there is a setting in here that makes it so that if you check it, then it'll dump your skills every time you log out. I just don't know where it is. Here it is. Save skills on exit. So it's in the UI tab. Yes. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so UI tab. So if you have that checked, then every time you log out, it'll it'll automatically dump your skills. But you can manually dump them just by typing in dump skills into the console. And when you do that, it'll give you a path on your computer that you can find the file there. So once you find that file, you just drag it over to Niarja, and it'll update there. Okay, where was I? Okay, so did you add a character? You added a character. You put Wurm online. You typed in your character. Like, you have to do all this. You can make it public. You add the character, and you got to also make sure that when you upload the skills, you're clicking Northern Freedom Isles. And then so when you upload this, yeah, and then you drag the file to here. You do that, and then you hit submit. Okay. Once all that is done, then you go to skill compare. Yeah, if it says success, okay. You go to skill compare. Okay, so one way you can do it is you can go to my characters, and you should see your characters there. So if you go to my characters, your character should be here. If everything was successful. And if you're interested to see where you land in the hierarchy of things, okay, you go to the skill compare up at the top. You pick the Northern Freedom PvP Isles, and you might, open this up to... It's hard to know. Like, you'll have to first, if you go to your characters and you click on them, it'll tell you on Northern. It'll tell you what your STP value is. And I still haven't explained what STP is, but it'll show you your STP value. No skills listed. Okay, so you go to my characters and you click on your character name, and then you have to click Northern Freedom. Because I think by default it goes to the Southern. But if you saved it to Northern, then it should be there. Okay. This will tell you what your... Okay, good. Awesome. So... And you look at, like, this value, the STP value, because that's how everything is ranked on Niarja. Okay, so you go to you look at that STP value. Then if you want to see where you are in the hierarchy of things, you go to skill compare, and let's see if we can find you. Just make as many as I can. Okay, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'll see if I can find you. So, yeah, I think eventually my guy, this Griffith, will get deleted over time. I accidentally messed that up. Oh, there's Jane Gecko. There you are. You're not that low. Look at you. That's not low. That's 62nd at 1.4 million. That's not that far behind. Like, where I am, 1.8 million to 1.4 million. And you started after the Steam launch, so I would still put you in the, newer kind of rank like player. You haven't been playing all that long, just over a year. And the fact that you're up there, that's really good. Okay, so now let's talk about what STP is. Because STP is an interesting metric that was created, I think, by the person who created Niarja. I could be wrong about that, but... So we have the skill points number, right? We have the skill points number. And one might think that that's, like, good enough. Sick Twitch's puppy, yeah. The skill points is like literally a raw addition of all your skills. So you might have a skill in the 80s and then they add that to another skill you have in the 20s. Like you literally go... Hold on, let me just keep queuing this up. 3, 4, 5... Okay. Like if you literally take every single one of these numbers down this column, I actually don't know if they include the characteristics, but they could, I don't know. But they take all the numbers down the list and they add them straight away up from top to bottom. And that's how they get this skill point number. Okay, so let's take a look at where my skill point number is. I was somewhere here. So Griffith, 3,183 skill points. Now, the reason why that number isn't a good, accurate measurement of where you land on this list is because some skills take a lot more time than other skills. Furthermore, when you're up in the top end, let's say I'm going from 90 to 95, for example, it takes a lot longer to go from 90 to 95 than it does to go from 20 to 25, let's say. Right? And so just the straight up number of how much skill points you have isn't necessarily a good indication of how much time you have put into leveling up your skills. So the STP value is some kind of like calculation that somehow calculates kind of some relative time spent on getting your skill up. Okay, or at least it's a relative difficulty of getting the skill up. Right? So it somehow puts more value on, let's say, getting from 90 to 91 than it would getting from 20 to 21. Now, the way that the calculation happens is all controlled by whoever runs this website, and they have spent some time trying to figure out approximate or estimated values for how many STP you should get for each skill point that is in your profile. So while this might not be the perfectly accurate value, it is some kind of estimated value based on some algorithm, some kind of like rule set that this person has decided to come. And I'm sure that they consulted with other people to try to figure out, one skill is harder than another. So for example, weaponsmithing. If you have high weaponsmithing, that should be more valuable than the same level of blacksmithing, let's say. And so your STP value will be increased by a certain amount for weaponsmithing. So this STP value kind of gives you a better sense about who has spent the most amount of time and effort in getting their skills up, and it looks like Mirrorwind is far and away above the pack. And whoever this private person is on Mirrorwind's tail, Borsa score is at about 5 million, and then the next person's below 4 million, and it kind of goes down pretty quickly from there. Right, and so yeah, that's what STP is. It's kind of an interesting number. Did I get to this one? Nope. then I'm gonna need to... Why do I have 2 kindlings in my inventory? I should only have 1. Okay, one of them's going. Okay, and then I want 17 peat. Get rid of this satchel. Put the kindling back. Let's fuel all these. $13, $14, $15, $16. Oh, right, and I didn't need the 17th because that one's already lit. How are these doing? 12. There's still some left. I probably won't empty those until Sunday. Yeah. Oh my god! Oh, that's okay. That's 11 minutes. Phew, I thought it was 1 minute. I was like, what? Already? Okay, let's go make some coffee. Let's go make some coffee. Now, to make Kavesi, you need a campfire. So this is the spot that I'm putting my campfire. I saw a suggestion on the forums about making it so that you can make Kavesi in an oven. And while I somewhat agree that that would be nice if they added that, some people were pointing out that Kavesi traditionally is made over a campfire. And I kind of appreciate the fact that the Wurm team put sort of like the thought and effort into making sure that it was consistent with relatively, realistic realistic things. Let's just put this barrel down here. And I need a couple things here. I'll need my measuring jug. I'm gonna need, completely forgot. I'm gonna need to grind all the coffee beans. Okay, let's just do this. I think this works if I do it this way. Okay, so how do I do this now? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if I can combine 64. Huh. Is it not in the... No? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing? Coffee beans. Is it not grindstone? Is it... Okay, it's my mortar and pestle. I'm confused. Okay, so I use my mortar and pestle on the coffee beans, and that creates ground coffee. Okay, and then I can put that back in here and get ground coffee? Yes. Okay. I'm not confused anymore. Okay. I'm gonna... Now, can I do it this way? Just experimenting with all... Okay, good. I couldn't do this way. Okay. So I'll do it this way. Okay, ground coffee beans. Let me see if there's a if I do this outside of my inventory, I think I might be better off. Because I won't be pulling so many. Then I can bring this in. Good. I can get this queued up. There we go. Wait a minute. Did me combining interrupt the ground coffee? That's probably interrupted. Okay, which part interrupted it? Pull this? Yes, that interrupted. Interesting. What about combining? What's happening? Why isn't this working? If I combine, does that interrupt? No. Weird. Okay. So it seems as though, based on these things I'm working on here, I'm really testing this because I haven't tested this yet fully. It seems as though you can combine 64 coffee beans together. These are my roasted coffee beans. Grind them, and it grinds them all in one shot. Now let's see. Okay, and it's around the same quality-ish, which is fine. But what is weird is that if I'm in the middle of grinding, so like this, I'm in the middle of grinding, and I pull more coffee beans out, watch what happens. Oh, I see why. It tells me my inventory's full. That's why. Okay, so it causes my inventory to be full, and then therefore it cancels the action. So you have to wait till the action's done. Let's just grind them all. This is good. Almost there. Okay, now then I was taught a trick on the last stream Sinsen had mentioned. He spends a lot of time thinking about these sorts of things, particularly the numbers. What I had been doing before was I was taking exactly 10 beans, which, if you can see, each bean is 0.1. So I was taking 10 beans, 1 kilogram of beans, and combining it with 1 kilogram of water, and it made 2 kilograms of coffee, or kavesi. So Sinsen offered a slightly more efficient option. You just added Rigor to Nyarja. Cool site. Let's see. Is this on the new server, on the NFI, or on Freedom? The old ones, okay. Freedom. Here's the thing, on the old servers, look at the numbers. The 100th person has 7,500,000 STP. That's the 100th person. Oh look, there's Morrowind. She's already... Oh, is that... I wonder if that's the same. Mirrorwind and Morrowind. Okay, I can look into recent. There we go. Nice. Yeah, so that's like much higher than where I am at on my new character. It's somewhere in between my new character and my old character. Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate the site mostly for the process of like keeping track of my progress. So like I can look at a skill and how it's progressed over time. I really like that feature. Okay, so Sinsen was mentioning that if instead of taking 10 beans and combining, if instead you just take 8 beans and combine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just spend some time combining 8 beans together. Like this. It's 8, yeah. Oh, one of these got messed up. I can see how it gets messed up. If I accidentally grab that one along with 8 more, or 7 more, I get 0.15. That's 7. So 8. Oh, I messed it up again. Okay, try again. 8. That was 9. Okay, I'll just do this a bunch, and we're gonna have some time once the coffee is brewing, because I only have 1 iBrick. And that's because I've never made an iBrick before, but I was gifted one. I was gifted an iBrick, and apparently, and I don't know how this is done, but it is possible to cheese making an iBrick so that it comes out at 99 quality. You guys are gonna have to do some testing with that, but somebody sent me a 99 quality iBrick, and they told me that you can just create it and it comes out at 99 quality. So I'm gonna put some water in the campfire so that it's boiling when it's ready to go, and I'm going to put 1 of these coffee beans into the iBrick, and I just need 1 kilogram of water. So I'm going to set my measuring jug to 1 kilogram. And this right next to my stuff. Let's see, okay, and then some of the boiling stuff I'm going to bring into here and into the iBrick. And when I lower that, it should tell me that it'll make some coffee. There we go. So now here's where we get to wait. I'm gonna put all this ground coffee into the campfire so it starts warming up. The site makes it easier to see all your affinities. Yeah, totally. It's a very nice website. I should drink another thing of Kavisi so I don't. Okay, I'm finally back up to 100 power. Not that I need it anymore, but yeah, I'm back up to 100 power. And I can go back to doing this, which is counting out 8 of these. I should look into how to make an iBrick. It's just, okay, so it's just a single small anvil iron lump, and then add a handle. Super easy. Now the question is, how easy is it to make a 100 quality iBrick? Or a 99 quality iBrick? How easy are we talking here? What skill is needed? And on top of that, I almost feel like... What did I do? I added... Okay, let's see what I did. What did I do? What am I doing? Where did all the coffee go? Went into here. Okay, so let's just get rid of these ones. Okay. And I'm gonna need to... I need another empty barrel. One more empty barrel. You haven't bothered to empty mine past 50 yet. Yeah. So I'm not even talking about imping. I'm talking about... Some people are saying you can just pop it together and it comes out at 99 without any imping. I'm curious to know what that process is like.
Oh.
Boy, I'm getting tired. I don't know. Where is the tiredness coming from? I know where it's coming from. The long week. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it could be... like, I'm pretty... Like, well, I haven't tested it, but people are telling me, so... And somebody sent me a 99 quality iBrick, and they were like, I have so many, I don't know what to do with them all. Now, most likely, they started with 100 quality ore, really high blacksmithing, so that looks like the skill needed, and a really high quality small anvil, created the unfinished iBrick, and then added a really high quality handle to it. And they probably did this 100 times and may have gotten 10 or 12 iBricks that came out at 99 quality. That's my guess. I could be wrong. I know that if... So first off, I only have 90-ish quality ore. My anvil is like 70-ish quality. Hey, Nuttin' Special. Welcome on in. And in terms of handles, I definitely don't have the ability to get high quality. Is this a free-to-play game? Nuttin' Special. Welcome to Wurm. Sounds like you're brand new. While this is not a free-to-play game, it is definitely a free-to-try game. So you can download the game for free, test it out, play as like a new player that you get the same kind of like experience as a new player would if you were a pay-to-play player. In the end, it does become a subscription type game. But in my opinion, it is 100% well worth the subscription. If it's the type of game for you. So... let me ask you this. So 2 questions. One is, how did you find my channel? And number 2, have you played any other sandbox types games? Like sandbox games meaning games where the game does not tell you what to do or where to go or how to do it, but you are just free to do whatever the game allows you to do. That type of game. Because this game kind of falls into that category of a game that's just so open-ended and so sandboxy that I have to say this game has got to be the most sandboxy game there is out there. In the sense that the amount of things that you are able to do. I'll just give you a small list of things that you can do in this game that you wouldn't normally be able to do in other games. How toxic is the player base? You've heard EVE Online is toxic. yeah, this game is definitely the opposite of toxic, that's for sure. I would say that the majority of players in this game are extremely friendly, and extremely helpful, and the opposite of toxic. Now, I'm not saying that there are not any toxic players in this game. That every game will have its group of toxic, but on the spectrum of games, this is definitely on the very non-toxic side of things. So, if that's what you're worried about, there is nothing to worry about here. It is as Velvet Sun puts, it's a very amazing community. There's a lot of very helpful and cooperative types of players who just love the game and who want to share the game with other people and the experience. Yeah, and Malnu is correct. Those that are toxic tend not to last very long in this game. That is so true. Yeah. Yeah, there is quite a a strong GM presence in this game. So if you are being toxic, you get a stiff warning, and if you continue being toxic, you get a stiff ban. So it is a special kind of place, I would say. Dual Universe is a single shard MMO sandbox, but requires monthly sub. Dual Universe, I think I've heard of that. So this game is unlike any other sandbox game I've ever heard of, in the sense that you have... So if I start from the beginning, that when the server is created, and this only happens once for every server, it is complete nature. All you have are trees, forests, grasslands, deserts, just like the different biomes, mountains, and there's water and all sorts of other things. But all nature and mobs everywhere. Players enter in the world and get to shape the land, put different pavement types down on the ground, build structures. You can terraform the land. So like this land was not like it is here. Like I had to shape the land so that it has this ramp here like this. Okay, so I had to spend all this time digging and shaping the land, and it takes a long time to do stuff in this game. It's not a quick game, that's for sure. So some people love that part about this game, that it takes a long time to do anything. A lot of people don't like that, so it's a sort of a one of these things where it's a matter of preference. Yeah, Malnu says it's only natural resources. I should link the trailer that Cats made. And hey, Ronan, what's going on? Welcome on in. Happy Friday to you as well. It is, I am super happy that it's Friday. Let me see if I can get, let's watch the trailer together. Let me just pause the music for a second. Let's watch the trailer together. So if you're interested in this game, here, I'll move myself so you can read the text. All right, and there you have it. That is the most recent Wurm trailer. So in your Twitch screen under recommended channels, mine popped up. Awesome. Awesome. It's actually quite recently I've been getting a lot of people telling me that my channel's popped up under your recommended. And it might be just that you're interested in sort of sandboxy type games, or that you've been watching sandboxy type games. This game is unlike any other sandbox game in that it has so much depth and so much history. And I think the game originally released in 2006, and so it's 15 years old. And just last year, they opened up brand new servers. There's 3 brand new servers that opened up at that time. Actually, I guess 4 if you count Defiance, which is the PvP server. And then there's 3 PvE servers. On a PvE server, nobody can steal your stuff. Nobody can raid your village. Everything is safe, and so you can spend your time building up your stuff, building up your buildings, storage, and all sorts of other stuff. Unless it's off deed, of course, yes. But as long as it's on deed and protected by you can kind of like own land in this game. It does cost a little bit of money, but I would say that it's well worth the money and the time investment for this game. It's definitely something special, and I'd say give it a shot because it's free to try. You download it, you hop in, you try a few things, you get a sense for the game. Just know that it's a very steep learning curve, that it takes a little bit of learning, and yeah. So you began playing in the early 1070s? Before consoles and PCs were user-friendly, RTS games preferred. Yeah, okay, so this game is kind of designed to sort of meet sort of I don't know how to describe it, but other than to say that it's for those types of players who are willing to put in the effort and time to learn the intricacies of the systems. It's almost in the 1970s, yeah. It's almost like every single skill in this game kind of needs you to learn something new. There's a couple overlaps, but like if you want to learn how to skill up your wood cutting, for example, it become kind of different than learning how to skill up your mining. And skilling up your carpentry would be different completely than trying to skill up, let's say, your beverage making, or your gardening skill, or your forestry skill, or I can list a whole bunch of skills that would be different, and each one kind of requires you to do some research and to learn how to work on these things. There's just a boatload of things to learn. The depth is there. There's definitely something special about this game, I'd say. Okay, let's see here. And Rodin, you're saying you remember the first time you watched the trailer? Yeah, I know. It's like, it was definitely something special seeing that trailer for the first time. Is there voxelmancy in this game? Do you mean voxel, like voxel as in like the way that Minecraft is? Like voxel games? If that was the question, this game is not quite voxel based, but rather the landscape is a height map, where I don't know if you can see, I actually dimmed my, let me make it a little bit brighter so you can see. Just need to make my neutral outline like yellow. Okay, sure. Why didn't it change it? Did I apply? Save, close. Okay. So I made it brighter so you can see. So the game is tile based in the sense that everything that you do in this game in terms of building or putting a pavement down is based on these tiles. Each tile has 4 borders that surround it, right? So you can see this is a tile border. And all the tile borders meet at a tile corner. Okay, so there's 4 tile borders around the tile corners. And the best way to think about the way that the game is set up, it's not voxel based in the sense that there's not like chunks that you can take out of the world, but rather these tile corners tell you how high above the water level, I guess you can say, how high above the water level this piece of land is. Okay? And then each of the tile corners has a height. Based on the height of the tile corners, the border is constructed. Okay, so the whole game is based off of these tile corners, I'd say. And everything else is sort of like based around that. When you're building walls and such, you build them on the tile borders. And if you're paving the ground, you do that on the tiles. Right? Yeah. So it's not voxel in the sense that you can take chunks out of the world. But what I could do, okay, and I'll show you here, is that I can stand right here next to this tile corner. I can bring out my shovel. So let me go dig through my bag. No, it's in my tools. I'll bring out my shovel. Okay, and I can just dig right here. So see that space? I press my space bar, I hit dig. I'm going to start digging. Now when I dig, you see this flat tile border here? That flat tile border becomes less flat. And now everything is sloping down by 1 to this spot here. And I can do that again. Let's do that a few times. Just to show you how the whole world works. Okay, and I'm making this, now it's 2 slope, now it's 3 slope. So for every action that I dig, makes this tile corner go down by 1. So I'm like digging myself into a hole. All these borders are like 4 slope up, 4 slope up. Now it's 5 slope, 5 slope, 5 slope, and 5 slope. So I'm digging myself into a hole here now, right? So the whole world is being adjusted by what I'm doing here. Now, if I pick up these dirts, hey Plague Juice, if I pick up the dirt, I can now drop the dirt onto the ground and watch what happens. Like I'm 6 slope up now. When I drop, it pops me back up to being flat. Okay, so you can dig and drop dirt to shape the land like that. And you can do all sorts of things like this ramp here. I made this ramp just the same way that I showed you there. Just lots of digging and lots of shaping and lots of, okay. You know, everything that you see that looks player made is player made. These roads, I put down each one, tile after tile. I put the roads down. These curbs, I built those. All these fences, the wagon I built, the cart I built, the smelter, the houses. Every wall on every house is built and requires lots of materials. The game is a survival / crafting / sandbox game, so that you can go over to that tree right there and chop it down. And then chop it up into logs and cut those logs into planks. And those planks can be made into... So I have a bunch of bulk storage bins, or you can make the planks into a cart. You can find wild horses and breed them. And then if you get high enough skill, you can ride them. You can make saddles for them. Like as you can see, this horse has a saddle and some saddlebags. It's just like... Yeah, you can pick the sprouts to replant them. Exactly. So you have trees, and the trees grow. The trees have ages. So like I can go over here to this particular tree right here, and I can investigate it, and it tells me that I see an old pine tree. So it's an old one. Trees have ages, and as they grow older, they'll become bigger and produce more wood. There's lots of different types of trees. So this over here you can see is a maple tree. This one here is a maple tree. And when maple comes in season, you can harvest the sap from that tree. It's not in season right now. This one here is a pine tree. And when that one becomes in season, then you can harvest pine nuts from the pine trees. And down there I can see a cedar tree and a birch tree. And There's tons of different types of trees in this game, and each one provides its own harvest, material. Um, I could go on and on and on about the depth of this game, but I think that it's enough to just know that you should just try it out. It's free to try. And one last thing I'll tell you before you go off and try it out for yourself is that in the game there's a Wurmpedia. You can also find the Wurmpedia on your browser just by typing Wurmpedia into your browser. But in the game you can also find the Wurmpedia. And the front page of this is like the Wurm, the Wurm wiki, I guess you can call it. On the front page, if you scroll down just a little bit, you find like a link to all bunch of guides here. I highly recommend the Your First Days in Wurm. This article, Your First Days in Wurm. This one here is really, really good at sort of highlighting the things you should be noticing when you're first starting the game. So if you're ever like stuck or you have a question, more than likely that question is answered in here. You can make a Christmas tree. You totally can. Logs become planks or shafts or pegs, handles, and all sorts of other things. You can break them down to smaller components. You definitely do get presents from Santa at Christmas. You can pick sprouts or plant. Okay, I read that. Until it hits shriveled point of age. There is like so much to learn about this game. You can go down rabbit holes. And despite the fact that I've been playing this game since 2012, so that's like been 9 years now. It's coming up to 10 years actually. I still feel like I'm learning new things about the game all the time. The game is still being developed, so there's an active development happening. There's a roadmap about to be released. We got a roadmap last year, and a new roadmap is coming as to the plans of what's going to happen next. We're anticipating that the devs are currently working on an exploration update, or something that they called an exploration update. Who knows when that'll come, but that's something to look forward to for sure. And where was I? I was making coffee. Let's keep that train going. Looking forward to docks on water. Totally. It's and not drinking my coffee. I know. Gosh, I'm already lost all my power, which is okay because I think I'm done with it. What I think I'm gonna do now is I'm going to be just building up my coffee stores until the update happens where coffee gets fixed because I'm just fed up with it. I'm done with it. I need to build up my sleep bonus anyway. So I think I'm just going to give up on coffee right now. I'm just going to build up my stores. And how many other players are in the same instance at one time? Good question. So one thing about this game is that there's not really instances. There are servers, but it's not like other games where, like, you know how in World of Warcraft, like, you have a server, but the players on that server can't really interact with players on another server. And in addition to that, the servers are identical to each other in terms of like what you would find when you go places. On this game is like completely different. In this game, every server is its own unique map. And you can sail if you make a boat, you can sail from one server to another. So it's like almost like you can just travel to another island or whatever, and the other island is a server. I mean, there is a border at which point you have to load into the next server, but aside from just that loading, like you pass over to the next server, and next thing you know, you're on the other server. So all players kind of can interact with each other, with one exception, that there are two different clusters. There's the Northern Freedom Isles, the Northern Isles, so it's here. These all these servers you can travel to if you're on the Northern. And then there's the Southern, that is just called the Freedom Isles. And if you're on the Southern, you can travel from any one server to the next. But North and South can't travel to each other. They're disconnected right now. But yeah, you can communicate with them. You're still upset that they completely stopped working on Wurm Unlimited. It's like the redhead stepchild now. Yeah. I do understand that sentiment. But I also do understand why the devs ended up dropping Wurm Unlimited. Oh. It was like something that really took a lot of the dev time away from development of the game. Yeah, you can communicate with other players in Freedom Chat on the same server or local chat within 40 tiles of you. I think it's actually 80 tiles. Unless you're underground. Then it cuts it in half. Yeah, I totally would say that this game is worth a try. Oh, and I never turned on my music back on. You don't believe that you see others underground unless they talk? Yeah, you don't see them in your local... I always thought that it just cuts the local in half. That's what I thought. I could be wrong about that. Whoops. It does... Which one does it do? Does it... It makes you invisible to others around you? Or cuts it in half? Yeah, it cuts it in half. So it might seem like you disappear to the other person, but it might be because you're 60 tiles away from them. Then you go underground, now you're invisible to them. But if they were like 20 tiles away from you and you went underground, I think they still see you in the local and they can still hear you in local. It cuts the local in half. This process would go a lot faster if I had more ibricks. Or ibricks, or whatever they're called. I might go try to figure out what does it take to make an ibrick. Alright, Nut and Special. Thanks for dropping in. I hope you try out Wurm, and I hope it scratches that sandboxy itch. You think 20 tiles underground? Okay. So if you're underground, it's only 20 tiles away. But am I right in thinking local is 80 tiles? Yep, as Malnu says, it is free to play up to 20 in all your skills when all the skills go up to 100. So it's free to play. Like it's free to try. Let's put it this. Let's say it the right way. I think it's free to try up to a skill of 20, after which you need to pay for premium. Boy. So these, like, everything took so long today. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get to the imping part of what I wanted to imp. Let me just bring Xander over here. He has no food or water. Do priests still have the crazy restrictions? They did loosen them up a little bit. So priests can now build. Oh, this yellow. Priests can now build, and they can. And each priest got, like of the harvesting abilities, each priest got one more. So it used to be that, for example, I think Vin priests could not mine or dig, but they were able to chop trees. But now they added digging to the Vin. So now Vins cannot mine, but they can dig and chop trees. Okay, so they loosened it up in that sense. The one restriction that priests still have is that they can't imp. Yeah, Malnu's got it. Right, Vins cannot dig up roads. Yeah, Vins. Ugh. What am I doing wrong? That's the second time I did it. I want something like this color. I want to apply and save. There we go. Yeah, foes can't chop trees. Yeah, so there's like still restrictions, but they got loosened up at some point. And that's because she's Vin, right? Oh no, she's foe? What? She's got to be one of the foe. One of the ones that can't chop trees. Which is, I think, is the only one that can't chop trees is foe. Want to sell small barrel of 72 quality Kavesi for 3 silver. Okay. So 3 silver seems to be... Well, at least that's the price that this Bub 2 is selling it for. Curious to know if people are buying coffee. There's probably a lot of coffee out there right now. There's a lot of people who went the full... Ugh. I definitely say I'm not one of the power grinders, like I don't know how to put it. I'm not one of those who went hog wild crazy over coffee. I think I only have 6 racks of coffee, which is a lot. Like that's 180 pots of coffee. But I've heard there's people who have like 50 racks of coffee. And that's just a little bit crazy to me. Okay, let's see if I got this right. So this goes in here. One of these in here. And this goes like that. Has 50 racks of coffee beans. Right. That's a little bit much, I would say. That will be more coffee than you ever would be able to sell. $50 racks times 30 pots is 1,500 coffee. If you pick that every day in 1 month, you will have 45,000 coffee. Yeah, you don't even bother to harvest every day. Yeah. After 1 month, you'll have 45,000 beans. Which is way more than you ever possibly could ever go through. And so, and yet there are people who are going through it, you know. I think this part is my bottleneck. So I think in order to improve this process here, this part, I need a lot more iBricks. Like a lot. Maybe 20 or 30 of them. And then I could just like put a whole bunch, like all the ground coffee beans, put all the water, and then just let it go, and then that's a couple barrels right there. I have to say, I'm yawning because I think because of the alcohol. So I need to maybe get some more water. So we're halfway through this barrel. I'm really happy to see it coming out at 80 quality. With my skill, like the fact that it's coming out around my skill, which means the beans are good quality. I worked on my milling so that when I grind them, they don't end up being 40 quality. iBrick filling, I know. I'm gonna have to figure out the process of making these iBricks so that they come out at decent quality, because I don't want to have to spend the time imping them to 100, you know, or to 90 even. If people are able to pop them out at 99 quality, I should be able to pop them out at 90 quality. So I'll try it, see how it goes. See what's happening to this thing. Like, the beans are getting glowing and the water is boiling. Why isn't this turning into coffee? Oh, I see. I see why. Because I had too much water in there. Okay, that should pop together quick. Yeah, I figured 6 racks is enough. That's 180 beans a day. And I'm definitely not planning on making coffee every day, so if I collect 180 beans every day, and I do that for a month, what do I get? 180 beans, and I multiply that by 30, and I get 5,400 beans a month. And then each one of those is a 0.1. But I combine that. Let's do an estimate here where I combine that 0.1 bean with a 0.1 of water. So times 0.1 times 2. Okay, so that's how many liters of coffee I can make every month. I'm going to divide that by 45 to see how many barrels. That's 24 barrels a month. I am definitely not drinking 24 barrels of coffee a month. There's like no way. So I'm feeling that's pretty good. That's like more than enough for me. Do you add milk for bonus creamer? I don't. There are people who are mentioning that if you want to conserve your beans, like if you don't have that many beans and you want to conserve them, that there is, I can't remember what it is, but one of the coffee with cream gives you the most caffeine bonus per bean. alcohol? What about alcohol, Velvet? You gotta run for a bit. If you miss the end of the stream, you'll catch me next time. Okay, Perry. Have a good one. If I don't see you, I will be ending soon-ish. I normally like to keep going, but I'm feeling the tiredness from the long week at work is mostly the issue. And usually when I'm streaming in the mornings, I'm nice and refreshed. But right now, I'm feeling tired. But I'm committed to finishing this round of coffee. So let's keep. Does adding alcohol add any bonus to the coffee? I don't think so. So I don't think you can. There's not a recipe that has alcohol plus coffee. And the other thing is that coffee, if you drink, let's say alcohol, get drunk, and then you drink coffee, coffee has this feature that it will more quickly get you sober. So it kind of negates the alcohol. Right? I think that was on purpose. The devs kind of wanted to make it so that, you know, like there's this thing where people drink alcohol to increase the difficulty of actions. So they made it so coffee kind of gets rid of that effect and sobers you up. And so it kind of balances it that way so people can't take advantage of both systems at once. Yeah, about to say that it should sober you up. Yeah, it totally sobers you up. Let me just see if I can demonstrate it. So you can see there, I don't know if you can read it, but one of the buffs there, the third line after caffeine, it says 1.6 times alcohol decay rate. Yeah, so it works against alcohol. Oh, where's my measuring jug? It's all the way down here. I gotta reformat all this. Let's close that. Let's close that. There we go. Boy, I don't know if you can see, but I'm like slouching in my chair. Let's get this done. Let's get these coffee done. Oops. I need to measure it out. Oh. I'm gonna just, how much ground coffee do I have left in here? 613, okay. That's a lot of coffee in there. And we're not quite at a full barrel yet. But let me think here. Each one of these is gonna give me twice the amount of weight. So that's gonna give me 6.4. And this is another, oh no, not quite twice the amount of weight. It's gonna give me more than that. So each one of these is gonna give me 1.8. Let's do one more here like this. So that's gonna give me 1.8 more. So that's 36. I need 9 more. And these ones are gonna give me, so it's not gonna quite fill the barrel. $36.54. So this is going to be another 5.4. So I'm just going to be above 40 kilograms. So that's good. Slouching you call relaxing. When the beans are roasted, do they go into the FSB or larder? They do go into the food storage bin. Same with the ground coffee beans. So you can grind them and then put them right back into the food storage bin, which I am very appreciative of. So it means that you can prepare a whole bunch. Yeah, saves them from rot. Exactly. What it really does is it saves your time, because what it means is you can spend some time just grinding the beans and then just putting them back in the food storage bin. That way you can, you know, wait until you want to go make the coffee. As opposed to, like, if they didn't go into the food storage bin, what it means is that you'll have to do the roasting, plus the grinding, plus the making of the coffee all at once, or else things might rot, you know? But yeah, it saves your time, so you can do a little bit here and a little bit there, and not have to worry about having to do all of it at once, or else things go rotted. Right, or having to fill your larder all the time. I've been pretty good at filling the larder, except for, let's see how it's doing. Okay, I still have 99 snowballs, so I lost one. But their damage is getting pretty bad. I do hope that they stay. They look like they're not gonna fully rot. Some of them are in the 60s. But winter should be soon-ish. Is it autumn yet? It's fires. Let's look at the calendar. Let's look at the Wurm calendar. You usually get max snowballs and drop the others. Yeah, me too. Seems to last longer. They totally do. The higher quality ones. So fire. We're in this this month. Looks like we might have missed olives, which sucks. But I did catch the hops, so we're in this week probably. Somebody mentioned oranges are in season, so the hops and the oranges kind of overlap at some point. Looks like lemons are coming soon. Apples are coming soon. Cherries are already passed. What's this? What's this symbol? Raven, fourth week of Raven. Chestnuts. So these are chestnuts apparently. Okay. So let's count it out. Let's see how far until winter. So let's say we're in this orange week. We've got 4 more weeks. Another 4 weeks. So it's 8, 16 more weeks. 17, 18 more weeks until winter. Which is, in real life time, you divide that number by 8. So 18 weeks divided by 8 is like 2 and a little bit weeks. So if I had to guess, today is December 4th. We are going to see winter sometime during the week of December 20th or 19th, you know, like this week. Winter is going to come around this time, which is perfect timing. If it comes, if the devs somehow kind of align it so that the winter months goes right through Christmas, maybe they can extend winter a little bit longer manually. Yeah, then we'll have snow for Christmas. Yeah, totally. So I think that, like, it might be slightly off. Like, if I only did a rough calculation, so if my rough calculation is off and it starts the 19th, then unfortunately, I don't know why this is the way it is, but winter only lasts like 3 or 4 days. So it might be only 19th to the 22nd or 23rd. So if that does happen, I almost wish the devs would step in and just make winter last an extra week or something like that. Wurm Clock version 3 is great. I haven't used it, but I should. I think I should. I'm gonna put Xander to bed for now because he takes a little bit of time to log off. And then I'm going to go back to making sure the coffee is going. Yeah, I know. People complained. That was a long time ago, too. And the reason why people complained was that back then, the lighting and the models and the color of everything was different. Since then, Wurm has gone through many updates of the graphics. So I remember a time when winter happened and it was blinding white. Everything got completely whitewashed, and it was almost like you couldn't really see anything very well. And most people complained at that point. And so I think it was at that point they lowered the winter. But then, since then, a bunch of updates happened and it made Wurm look really good, especially during winter. Yeah. So I don't know whether they should switch it back to make winter longer. Have to make a yellow snowman. Yeah, they should extend it, I think. Sounds like the wife's computer. In what way? Like the way that it looks? It's probably still on low settings. Is that what you mean? All right. There, 41 kilograms of kavesi. I still have tons of ground coffee. Yeah, the whitewash, hard to see the snow. Yeah. Yeah, they're like, especially if you're on a lower end computer, kind of. She might want to spend a little bit of time trying to like look to see if she can increase the graphics without really getting a performance hit as much as she can. But yeah, I know, like if you're on a computer that has a hard time running this game and you have to lower the graphics, then things do end up looking a lot worse. Okay, you bought her an updated graphic card since the last winter cycle. Okay, so maybe she's able to like tweak things a little bit. One thing that really makes a difference is the normal mapping, although it does take some heavy graphics card load. But let's see where's the options. The option for normal mapping might be under advanced. Or not. Oh yeah, there it is. Use normal mapping. And what that does is it makes it look like, for a flat surface, it makes it look like it has texture. So the snow tiles, if they look flat, then they end up looking all white, like perfectly white. But if you have normal mapping on, it'll add some shadow to areas on the ground, so it looks like it's a little bit more bumpy and shadowy. Okay, so that's one thing. I also recommend that everybody should be using the modern render. I think it's more efficient, and even using the legacy renderer is, I don't know if that even helps with frames or anything like that. But yeah, that's the way it is. All right. I wish I could stream longer. However, I am feeling the effect of my brain shutting down. And so I think I'm going to end here. Let's go see if Gaffer's still streaming. Whoa. Or if anybody's still streaming. You know, Gaffer was doing some Rift, I think? No, it looks like he's off now. Dreamt is still streaming. Let's see. Dreamt has been streaming for 17 hours. Let's go say hi to Dreamt. Yeah, I like coffee intake on my tune, I know. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you very much, Velvet. I will sleep well. Tomorrow is a sleep-in day, so hopefully I can catch up on some of this rest that I sorely need. So, I'm going to end here. You as well, Reganation. You have a good one. Everybody, it was great hanging out with you. I appreciate all of you for coming and just chatting away and hanging out on my stream. I'm going to try again to stream next week. I have a feeling next week might also be a Friday night, but I'll see if I can squeeze in a morning stream. But I'll let you know on the Discord. If you want to know when I'm going to be streaming, you can just sign up, join the Discord. There's not really much going on in there except for me saying, hey, I'm going to stream on at this time. So yeah, join the Discord if you want to know when I'm going to stream next. And for now, we're going to go over and say hi to Dreamt, although I have a feeling he might also be calling it a night soon because it's really late where he is, and he's been streaming for 17 hours. But let's go say hi to him anyway. So, yeah. Until next time, you guys keep on worming, and I'll see you again. Have a good one, everybody.